Hello?
Hey, what's up, Carrie? This is Carlos. How are you?
Carlos from, I'm sorry, I was talking to somebody on the other line and Carlos.
Yeah, Left Coast Buyers. You had spoken with Edith.
Okay, I thought you were the doctor.
Yeah, sorry, I should have said Left Coast Buyers up front. That's my bad.
Yeah, right now I'm in a contract with the company too. It's one month contract and they have their investors that are going to buy it. So it's coming back in a month or so.
Is that the best time? I did read the notes. I read some of the notes and I did see that you had the property under contract.
I was talking to Tony. I was talking to somebody that they called me back and I'm in the town and they were helping me out and I just said, oh, my doctor's calling because I'm supposed to be at a doctor's appointment. That's why I asked them not to call me, so it's done. And I just
Got you. So you're working with them and you'd rather.
Are you supposed to talk to the woman yesterday or something like that? I have a life too. I don't,
Yeah, right. No, I hear you. Oh, you do have a realtor. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I didn't have any notes.
You can talk to them. This is why I get to get someone representing you.
Right. So, yeah, you're with Sundance.
I'm sorry, I went through myself in another building, and I'm required because I have a problem, and I was solving it with. No, I can see the doctor. I just thought.
No, I hear you. And here's the thing. I know who Sundance is. They basically wholesale properties. They lock up people's properties under contract, and they sell them to investors like me for a fee. They don't really do the investing part. I do other things. I don't just buy cash. I buy creatively. And I read your notes and saying that you might want to live downstairs. So yeah, I'm somebody that can pay. I'm somebody that can pay a little bit more than most people and can work with your terms. The thing is, yes, I'm the actual investor. I buy homes.
And then I bought the place next door, and I managed that. And I got good prices on it. I got good property taxes. They're very low. I don't know if you look up the price. You probably do. I don't know why people do that because it's irrelevant to what you would pay. But I worked out a place, right? Just subdivided the utilities and some people do utilities, I should say, and cleaned it up. And I was off at 1.5. I didn't want to sell it. I didn't think I'd ever have to sell it. But then my health and stuff been going down and down and down and down. I can't do everything. Now my hands don't work. I can't even write. It's like yesterday I'm spending the whole day at doctors. Don't get old. So what? Then I have another realtor who wanted to buy the other things, and he's saying, "Well, I can represent you." First, he wants to buy it, and he says he's got two buyers, and he thinks what I want to do is impossible. They do tenants in common all over the place. The place next door, I went to a lawyer because I thought that would be great. It was cottages and a triplex, or actually two plexes and turned into a triplex. But well, I had some of my bad units. Someone could buy the first building, which has 3 units in it. Mm-hmm. Downstairs, maybe like $5,000, $4,000. My house in Shasta was making $6,000. And why I want to keep it is 2 reasons. One is the property tax, and the second reason is downstairs is ground floor and 2 blocks from Kaiser. So I would like to partner with somebody, I could slowly get out of it because then I would have time to either take that 55 and above property tax exemption and go somewhere with it. I don't know what I would buy because it's like I bought the other ones. I guess the last one I bought was I don't know. Okay, 14 years ago was the last building I bought. I bought that as a foreclosure. I didn't plan on it. I think I gave her that address.
So you kind of want to do the tenants in common, like basically almost like a lease to own.
Find me $6,000 of property taxes if it's not vacant.
Oh, yeah.
Sundance people. Oh, they came over to the building the other day, 2.5 hours. They paid for it. But they went through, tell me about this one. It seemed like everything, I had a crew and I had handyman for 35 years. Oh God, because I tried to get a property back. So I go up there with this other guy and look at it. Like, you're going to this refrigerator. Like, so it's off. Oh, it's a dishwasher. So I opened up, it was all hot, dry now. The guy tested it, doesn't like handyman with complete sense, but he turned it off after he tested it. But we both live together. I think that I close down the water when I leave a property because I don't want any accidents, you know, or anybody coming using it. You know, the people know that it's empty. The person had break it, supposedly more than anybody wants to hear, you know. And so, so burned up my dishwasher. Who pays for that?
Wow.
You know, this guy has insurance of seeing it. I don't want to have to be 2.5 hours standing over somebody. I chase everybody away. I was trying to chase them away, but still good. So what kind of creative things do you do?
What I do is, so cash is one way, right? When I buy cash, when I buy cash, I like to do like fix and flips, and when give me one second. French bulldogs. I'm at my home office, and I breed French bulldogs. Yeah, they're actually pretty good. These ones I just have little males. I don't breed at my house. I co-own females in different homes, but I have any males. 2.5 years. Yeah, I've been doing this for 2.5 years.
But she knows a whole lot. And, she was breeding. One time she comes over and puts 2 puppies in my lap. And I had Rottweilers, so I'm in charge. But yeah, that's a labor of love. How many you got?
I have 8 of them. 4 of them live with me at my house. Yeah. Yeah, but
What's a good number?
yeah, they're great. The ones at my house are all male. Yeah. They're great dogs. Yeah. They like having fun. They love having fun. They're great. They very popular as well. They're pretty expensive. Yeah. They're designer dogs for sure. Yeah, there are dogs that are up there, crazy amounts of money. Sure.
Like some lesions that I'm thinking I've got cancer because something's going on and I'm not together. And so I get so frustrated because I can't do life. It's just so big for me, you know. I have 4 buildings, sold 1. Then COVID went to market. I don't like selling things like that. I'm sort of an investor, but I started out as a kid with no money, and after 18 years, I bought that place on Shasta. After 5 years, no, after 6 months, I had to buy the other place that I managed for 5 years.
Awesome. Look at you.
Huh?
That's so awesome. Look at you.
Yeah, but look at me. I have all these buildings that I can't stand having tenants.
It happens.
So I don't even need to live in that place. I just need to have time to get recovered so I can make a wise choice.
Right.
You know, because money is going crazy.
So like you know how you love the tax incentives obviously and how to take advantage of them. When I buy cash, right, I look to fix it.
It's not that I hate government.
Great. We hate them too. Not the tax part, we hate them too. I'd rather my money go somewhere else. So when we buy cash, we like to do fix and flips yeah. Yeah, so this is like one way that we can help out with taxes on the property as well, because typically what happens when you sell cash, you then pay gains on the property, right? And then you use maybe some of your money, you park the rest in the bank doesn't. What's up? Yeah, exactly. Depending on what you're trying to do, right? You can do exactly if you're going to reinvest it. I'm not sure if you want to be a landlord, because I know that you're tired of tenants, right? So you might not want to be a landlord. Yeah. especially in California, it's pretty crappy out here with the situation. They're gonna always protect the tenants. It's good for them, but not good for investors like us. 29.
Very nice. Okay, there you go. So, you know, I think like there's so many young people, and I just think, oh, it's really young. I'm 64, so I'm like over twice your age, and we did things different, and things are different, and I was very lucky. But where do you get your money from?
I get allocated funds from other people, just private money lenders.
You know, in Sundance, are they lending? You know, like you have to sign up. Are they good? Are they any good?
You know what Sundance is? Sundance is, so do you know what wholesaling is?
Yeah, right. They're wholesale.
They're wholesalers. So nothing bad against them. They're just a wholesale company. They buy a lot of they lock up a lot of deals. Do they what? It's kind of like what it is just it's a group of people that created a business, right? They're really good at doing what they do. They wholesale properties. At the same time, they also work properties with other people that, so they might not be the direct to seller on it. They might have somebody that locked it up, and then other people know that Sundance has a lot of buyers, and so they reach out to Sundance and say, hey, can you help me promote this to one of your end buyers? Sundance locks them up.
It's not a stress company. Everything was, you know, in really good order until I had tenants moving in. And 6 years later, it's like,
yeah, there's nothing wrong with wholesaling.
Redwood harsh deck, and the tenants put a rug on it and heavy furniture and rotted it out.
Okay, so the deck, you need a new deck. Okay.
Well, I need a new, but it's back in the but so what do you like to do? Do you like to go in and renovate and keep it, or do you like to?
That would be my, so the way I'd be doing it, if this is the way that I'm gonna offer it to you, when I don't want to do it cash, right? Because I tried to fix and flips, and I don't think it's gonna make sense for me to do it right now. So what I do is I buy the property several different ways, but one way I do it is purchase the property on terms like seller finance or owner will carry, right? Have you ever sold a property like that? When you, so mine would be different, right? Tenants in common is kind of like lease to own. With me, it's more like you're selling me the home, and kind of like, I used to be a car salesman for a lot of years, so
you might want to do a little less of that kind of technology. What I can offer is financing, is keeping it unreported somehow, but having some kind of stake in it. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's a very creative thing to do, and I'm not versed in this. I just bought.
Got you. I guess I haven't understood the whole common tenants in common the way that I thought I did. Then.
Said that you're not owning. What happened? It takes me a while to get it out. That's why I want to talk to me on the phone. I believe that if we would do tenants in common, you record the deed, you get your money, and they do the property tax based on what you pay for it. Half of it. And half of it, I keep my Prop 19 or Prop 15. That's what I believe. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, and actually, I'm not seasoned in there. Where I am more seasoned is like when it's a seller carry. You know, have you ever sold a property that way?
So I kind of bought it that way.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't sell it or use me as a slave. I've managed 30 of his buildings.
Yeah, so I'm working a deal right now in. Yeah, I was buying a house right off of a. Yeah, Sundance is a little bit different than me. I'm actually buying a house that's not too far from there. It's off of Las Trampas Road. I bought it for 1.4 million, and the homeowner didn't want to pay taxes, and so we did it seller finance, where I gave him, so he didn't even need money. He had money. He just wanted a little bit of money down, and the payment. Yeah, and so I gave him a little bit of money down, and he gave me 10 years. It's, more or less whatever you'd be open to if you're willing to work with me on this. But he gave me 10 years, and then my payment, I basically instead of like automatically running a scenario, I just told them the way that I make money in this scenario is you just got to let me cash flow. So whatever I got to pay you, it just needs to be less than what I can make money on the property, and that's the way that I can pay more in the as is condition, is because then I can have a term where, okay, you're going to give me, 10 years on it. So then I don't mind giving you some money down, closing on it, paying for the renovation, charging the maximum rent, making some money every single month, paying you your equity. And after 10 years, if I still owe you a balance, I could then balloon it at that time. And with 10 years going down the road and making payments, I have principal pay down. The economy will go down and then come back up. So I can either cash out, refinance it, sell it, whatever I want to do to pay you out. But that's the way that I can pay more. And since we're not doing an all cash offer, you defer the taxes, you keep the money. And here's the great thing about this, because since you're no longer going to be a landlord, you still get the monthly check, but you no longer have to deal with the tenants anymore or the property improvement. I would be responsible. No. So I'm not gonna live in it. I live in Palm Springs. Yeah, I'm just gonna go and rent it out. Yeah, everything's recorded, title, escrow. They're in first, and so he had like 90 grand left on the mortgage, so that's first position. I pay for this. Yeah, since I own I'll be owning it. I'll take care of everything. Say it again. Let me. It's all in my email. I have it all listed right here in my docs. What I was trying to get to though is that me buying it that way was a way that benefited the seller. I buy all.
My doctor's appointment already, which I think I should be able to do. And what else did I do that? I think in April I built down up, so I have an ego involved in it.
Yeah. So
it's the main house that it's about a third of an acre, and I don't like the neighbors, but I like the quietness, and I like the neighbors across the street. But my neighbors.
That's funny. Nice, yeah.
No, across the street were all nosy neighbors, and I didn't know how nosy they were, and I had a life. And when I went with her for permit, it was just to add a room down that make it a second dwelling unit. I don't, that's too complicated. No, it's over permit. It was like ADUs or whatever they're called now.
Yeah, ADU.
It's got this was a minuscule dwelling unit. The state was pushing the town needed it.
Yeah.
When it became, the neighbors are still resenting for it. That was 20 years ago. 2005.
Yeah, and then in a scenario, like this, where like let's say I buy the home, we also sign this document. It's called a performance mortgage deed, and it states that in any scenario where I, the new owner, defaults on your payment, the property gets deeded back into your name. And reason why a lot of landlords that I speak to before they exit, some of them have decided to upgrade themselves and become the bank, the lender on it. And the great thing is they still get the monthly check on the same property they have. It's just that now they're lending instead of actually being the landlord. Or not hard money. You're just turning into your own you're just carrying the whole, like you're just carrying the note to me. That's all. Yeah. So you can. Yeah, so all it is you just got to make it make sense for me to make money every month, and that's the way that I can take it over this way. How much? What is your? Do you have a mortgage? Because I'm gonna ask you how much you make a payment on that, so then I can know kind of what. So the way it works is like this: if you owe a mortgage, I have to automatically take care of that payment. Then I owe you equity, right? What? You don't have to move, or what did you say? Oh no, what I was saying is like if All right, the way it just works is this. This is what I was trying to explain to you. Is if somebody has a mortgage, and let's say not you, somebody has a mortgage in place. Let's say it's 100 grand. They pay $1,000. I have to pay them. I have to make sure I make $1,000 payment to that. Let's say I pay them 200 grand for the house. They carry 100 grand. Well, I got to make 100. I got to make a payment on the other 100 grand. Right. So all it is, look on a smaller house. I was just trying to catch up. Yeah, I'm a fast speaker too, but I speak very slowly when needed. Okay, cool. So the way it works is this. I'm gonna give you just example. Slower. Is this fine? Right. So here, this is how it works. If let's say I buy a home for $200,000, 100 in equity, 100 in mortgage. Let's say the mortgage payment is around $1,000. I automatically have to make that payment. Then I still got to make what? Well, let me just explain. Let me just explain how I make this payment. You what? It helps your scenario. Yeah, you're asking me how I'm supposed to make a payment, right? I'm giving you a scenario since we haven't come to the payment on our number. You what? I need to, so on a home like yours, I need to make. Right. No. I have some houses that are subleased too, but I own the kind of like a car, right? When you finance a car, a bank owns it, but you put your name on title. If you get in a car accident, you have to take care of it. Same thing. Same thing.
I'm going to buy your car. How much is your car?
What are we doing? We're running a scenario or what's going on?
Yeah, I want to buy your house. How much is your house?
What are we doing? Running a scenario here? Or I'm kind of lost.
So I think it's a scenario.
I'm confused. You want to be the buyer is what you're trying to do?
Well, I was trying to be the buyer, but I would get switching around. So you want to buy my house?
Yeah, look, I'm not if you're not looking to sell it, it's fine. I buy a lot of homes as well. I'm not in a rush. How much money do I have to make a month?
Well, yeah, because I feel like, yeah, how much you have to make the month for payment?
All right, let me find out. Do you know what the rental rate is in that area? I'm taking a look right now.
I know what I was getting for it.
Okay, what were you getting for it? Okay, so I would, in a scenario like that, right? If well, I have to owe you, right? I have to owe you a payment in there, so I need to make like $1,000 minimum in that thing. But it's like, yo, in a price and that price that high. So what I do is I save 20%, and so rainy day, anything happens, then I have to make my own money minus taxes, right? So in a scenario, I can bring in 6 grand in the as is condition right now, 6 grand. I would just need to pay you $5,000 or less a month. So then I can cash flow. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for me to pay a high price. Renting the whole thing out. Yeah, I just need to make money. That's just.
It's a double wide lot, so if you are a developer, you're developing building, you can come to my life and some provide a lot of apartment buildings, known for that,
Nice. I'd probably wait a couple of years just till everything stabilizes again to add.
I worry about it is because people say, oh, let's go back down. It's going up, it's going down. It's always going to go up and down. I mean, I paid piddling for it, but it's what the buildings were back then, and then I made $5 an hour. So it's all relative. Can you get that 1.5 support? So that have $6,000. That was 2/3 of the building. I probably could have gotten another 15 or 20. 15 or 20. 1,500 or $2,000 more for the other units. I can't do that as my office. There's not these legal units. There's a single family dwelling with a legal non-conforming unit downstairs. There's a separate entrances. I do a separate sub meter for the gas there used to be meters in there, but the last owner let it down. So you could easily change it into something you just water. I don't necessarily want to live there, but if I'm sick, I want to be able to go there and die there. That's why I say it. So I just deal with the doctors today. And 25 minutes on the call, I said, I'm not talking to you. So you're good. But so what do I do with Sundance? See how what they come up with?
So the way it works is we have to come to an agreement on like a payment. I mean, on a price that I pay you, right? Like their overall.
I know, but I know the law is though. If I have the real estate, they have a real estate license. If they're representing me, I can't do anything outside.
No, you can't.
Right?
I mean, I have to.
Yeah, so
You would.
I die.
Or you can kind of talk to them and say, hey, I found us a buyer and they're willing to buy it on terms. If you can then still represent me on this side, just now switch, I put an addendum for now you're selling it to me on terms. So then they can still get paid if that's the goal.
You know what? Some people don't work. Like I have one guy. This was the public work guy. And I had one realtor, and he went away to see like, oh well, if she could sell it, because I want $2 million. And my first offer came in at $2 million.
Okay.
And then they met my problem tenant. And the tenant loan. And you know, I had more offers on that building. You can look it up, 3872 Shafter. It was great. 2 double wide lots in 7 steps. And then I get a realtor that I saw, you know, like that died, and the realtor wanted to give me some big fancy realtor person to sell it. And I said, how much do you charge in commission? That's why I'm trying to just cut to the number chain. How much you charge in commission? And she said, well, I charge 6. Well, he had charged 5. You know, for the staging and everything. I never sold it either. You know, I even offered to give her the money back for staging. She didn't kind of get the question. And I said, how much is staging? I want to pay you. I sold the building. You know, but she wanted to buy. So I think that's why she got the other realtor. But she was on a need to know basis. I won't tell you what you need to know. And I didn't know anything about stocks that I never sold before. But it was a year because they went to market as COVID hit. And I tell you, I don't know how many offers, maybe 8 offers, 2 realtors, 2 appraisals. Appraisers come because the first one, I don't know what happened. It fell apart, and I didn't get the copy, so I have no idea. Probably because stupid ass realtor tells them it's 5 units instead of 4. That's the same thing with like this house. You would go to the bank and say, oh, it's 3 units, you know, but you know it's a single family, and then you start making problems for yourself and me. You know, that's what I worry about too. Sundance going to then go out and everybody has information on my house.
Oh, they probably already do. I get emails from Sundance all the time, and I always unsubscribe, and I don't know how they get back in my email.
Well, they took a drawing, and they were going to do a home inspection. The home inspection, they broke my dishwasher.
Wow.
And I don't know who's doing the drawings or when. It went from a month, pushing to 3 weeks.
Yeah.
We're always gonna have to do it, you know. So I want to make sure I get those because I had residents come over and they wanted to sell it, and then they said, okay, whatever it was to fix it up, but they didn't give me any details of what they were going to do. And this is a house, you know, I know it really well, and I know what needs to be fixed and what doesn't need to be fixed. And it might be something else, like, hey, the water pressure is 120 when it should be 80. That I got up with the.
How much is Sundance? You know, how much did they lock up a deal with you for?
How much? And they don't put it on there. That's what I get a little uncomfortable about.
Oh, okay. So they're just okay. So Sundance is gonna. So Sundance isn't. They didn't actually lock it up, and they just told you. I got you.
They had got, you know, on my other realtor need to know thing. She put down whatever it was because she wanted a bidding war. But then she advertises it as Downton Abbey. You know what Downton Abbey is?
Nope. What is it?
I didn't either. It was royalty in England, a TV show.
Nice.
It's no castle. What it was a conductor's house. The train went from Moscow Park to Sacramento. And the 2 cottages there, and then the water tower with the water was on top of it. Turned around Moscow Park and then went to Sacramento. And it's a historic place. It's not historically raised, so you know people all worry about historic. You get what do you call it? You get So you get a restriction, but after you should get billed after you get 10 years of deferred property tax, not deferred, forgiven property tax if you spend the money towards renovation of the house in that period. So, I'm something I don't want to have to clean in. So I have a A-rated historic building, and to me, I think you put all the cards on the table, you expose everything. You don't play that. Then you would advertise upgraded owner's unit, upgraded electrical and plumbing, and it's like, no, I have novice wiring, and there's a plug on every wall. It's not upgraded. Don't advertise it that way. and I ended up getting a lawyer when I got the second guy because he seemed like he was a good salesman, and then he had sold a building I used to manage. So I knew it was all the utilities were mixed up. It was a fourplex, and there was problems with it. And he sold it. He said, I sold it in a week, sight unseen. But he does these show things too, which I don't think is legal. Like he brings somebody in to their buyer, and then they get you gotta make a decision because you're gonna go away or whatever. But you had the intercontract, you release the contract, have a contract. You did it just in Holloway.
Yeah, what was I gonna tell you on
the building bought back up to
3872 Shafter or no?
No, 3870.
Oh yeah, this is the home. Yeah, I was looking at. So the only way this will work is if we can, since they're just representing you, they don't have an actual purchase price yet. The only thing is either pay them in the deal or we just wait until the deal's right. Okay. And then so what do we do? Do we wait till the contract terminates?
Return on your investment.
Oh yeah, the cap. Yeah, no, I get you. I knew what the cap rates are and NOIs. Right. It's a little bit more different. Like the cap rate really makes more sense for me. Like when it's like high purchase price, like multifamily. When it's like this, I just need the right term.
I said, oh, she didn't do it right. And I agree, she did do it right because, that one building I made $150,000 a year. So what would a good sales price? I mean, I knew it would bring them too.
Well, so it's a little different for me since it's gonna be a little bit different for me because mine is just the term just needs to make me cash flow, right? It's a little bit different than I totally understand the cap rate. I underwrite the.
Well, but with the term, you're trying to figure out what you can afford, correct? Like, is it worth you buying? So,
Well, no, actually, no. So check this out. I've been known to pay more than ARV on properties that give me the right term, meaning the actual repair value. Let's say we renovate your duplex, or it's a duplex, right? Yeah, we renovate your duplex, then it's now worth, hey, instead of you're asking 1.5, it's worth, I don't know, 1.8, whatever the number is, right? I've been known to pay more than the actual market price as long as I cash flow. I've even paid 30-40 grand over, but the thing is this, it's as long as I can cash flow enough money, and let's say you give me the right term. If you tell me, hey, I'm going to give you 2 years, there's no way in hell I'm going to be able to pay you. I can't balloon you in 2 years because the economy is going down. I can't refinance it and it won't appraise for that price. So if you give me, let's say 10 years, the economy goes down, then it's going to come back up. At that time, I would have paid you payments every single month. And then I would have weighed down that principal. And then at the end, I would be able to sell it on the market for the most and clear you. I can refinance it and clear you, pull a HELOC and clear you. But I need the right term. So it's a little bit different. All I need to do is on something like this, you'd have to give me a longer term.
I'm not going to call back because I like you and I like the thing. I don't know if I bring your realtor in, rather than okay, what do you charge? He goes, great, you got Sundance. Well, and I said, okay, you got buyers, but what's your commission? Because Sundance will pay commission to a real estate person, and he wouldn't answer the damn question, and so let's really cut to the chase. I don't need to hear other scenarios that aren't mine. I need to give is mine, and we work on the numbers on that, you know?
Right.
So,
So,
I don't know, we want to use him, and what will we pay him in a commission?
right, so what happens,
He's got to agree to law degree. If we and him put the group together, what would we want to give him a commission to I?
right, so if we, let's say I could run numbers and make it,
I usually pay all the commission. Sundance doesn't charge me any commission, they charge the buyer.
yeah, that's how it works. That's like how wholesaling works. They charge the buyers. Yeah, they would mark it up to me. So let's say that Sundance, eventually your property is gonna get sent to me by Sundance because they send me all the time homes. But whatever it is, let's say you want a 1.5, they're probably gonna charge me 1.55. Oh, some of those guys make 50 grand, 100 grand on deals, you know, and some actual sellers, so they'll just, hey, you're not, because in reality, a wholesaler never gets paid by the seller. They get paid by the buyer, someone like me. I paid a wholesaler $12,000 for a deal.
For a sale, you're supposed to do sidewalk compliance. I have drawings started from before COVID of putting a driveway in, because I didn't need a driveway because I had the next door unit and I had 5 spots and a garage. I was gonna give the buyers there $200,000 for a driveway. I couldn't get this deal put together. So now it's like, you know, I don't know if I want to go with someone unless I can get the deal put together. And I don't know what the deal is because I don't know what I'm doing. You know, the question of the 10-year mark. If you needed to do a 5-year, could we finance on it?
This is how I look at it. I'll look at it for a 5 years, and I'm gonna, do some numbers projecting the market. But let's just say this: in 5 years, you want me to hang on?
No, I don't know how to.
What I'm saying is this: let's say in 5 years, you want me to balloon the remaining balance. If in 5 years it appraises and it doesn't appraise for the full amount I owe you, then I can draft it where then we automatically finance it for another 5 years. And in between those 5 years, let's say 2 years in, the market comes up, then I can then go ahead and clear you out. So I just need it long enough for the market to come back up. Let's do, yeah, it's definitely. I'll definitely help you out on the next property. We buy a lot in the area. We fix and flip homes. We do a lot nationwide as well.
And out of my car, it goes right to the house. But really, I like walk-in closet, which is not too hard. You can turn one of the bedrooms into it, and yeah, so. And I like it if I could be in a place where the neighbors aren't so bad. You know, they don't think they can come on your property and do stuff where they can run your life.
Right.
Or, maybe I should go to Ross one. But I don't think they can live around a bunch of people with all the rules,
Yeah. So did you want to have some time to sit and think about this option? That's
why I allowed the children to say, because he's buying it, and he's always wanted to buy it as installment sale. I mean, that's how you get something a little down, and I get a little bit more with the interest rate. I don't need a whole lot of money, but I didn't think about getting home, and this is my money that's going to give me the rest of life because I can't walk anymore. So money is money. You know. Yeah. I bought a foreclosure, $200,000 less than what the bank was going to pay for it. It's the Queen Anne. The owner who was living on the street. She went in there. She had made $10 million in the stock market, and she went into the house, and then she was broke. A couple of years later.
Ouch.
Yeah, right. And it fascinates me. It's like, well, how did that happen? And then I go into the house and I move in it, and I'm going to sell it, and the realtor for 3 weeks to fix it up, and it was 3 months, and they tore it apart. And I feel like. I bought it when it was 50. I was going to sell it when it was 60, and it didn't even go to market because he was fiddling around with it and then saying to me, "Why you?" I went over to make sure it was locked. So I got locks on it, so the people have a key. They left it unlocked for 3 And I had another place that I had to go to Danville because I had to live there. It was a code violation, but the owner had to live there. So I left it so I don't have to be into construction. And there wasn't a whole lot. It was in really great shape. But where they left it, it wasn't in great shape. And I've never been able to pull it back together. You know, it's like a monogram refrigerator in there. You know, it still isn't working. I meet somebody and they come over and I say, you don't remember? Oh, no. And then they come over and charge me and they don't even know how to order the part. You gotta come to the service call. He said that, you know, I asked you to use the serial number. Now you can't find it. And now you're going to charge me $80. So I fight with everybody when I do construction and stuff. It's crazy. And that's why I don't even know what to say to Sundance. I know it's what do you call it? Trivial to people, but when you all the trivials add up, you just have a physical breakdown. What would you think with the scenario with Sundance and thinking of someone who's expected going away?
You know, just I guess fastest way to do it. Let's say you want to sell sooner or later, just pay them. You know, like it happens all the time. I pay wholesalers all the time. So.
Wait, I'm saying they destroyed something of mine. Who's paying for it?
Oh well, I mean that's for you to go ahead and speak up to them and tell them to pay for it. They broke it.
Oh, they didn't break it. There's a home.
Oh, I would tell them for sure. I'll tell the home inspector to pay for it. Then I mean, you know.
I hired them. They did.
Oh well, then I would reach out to Sundance and let them know what's up and tell them to then reimburse that one if they sell it. If not, pay you now.
Yeah, see, I like to find out what the representative. He didn't answer the question. He said, "Well, you know, blah, blah, blah." And at first you did, so I got really clear on the question, you know.
Because I'm not scared. I'm transparent. The thing is, it's just it has to be straight up. There are people who get super nervous about telling the truth, and sometimes the truth isn't the best thing. But
I'm so worn out from all of this.
oh yeah, I can tell you're a straight shooter for sure. I can tell.
Like I lived in the house before you were born, way before you were born, and that house
Yeah.
What is nice about it, that's why I'm worried about Sundance, is there's no drawings out there. If they can do anything you want, the city would know because they don't have drawings. Back in the 20s, they did, or 1910 when they built it, they didn't go for permits even. You know, they just, nobody came out and inspected it and stuff. So there's no drawings out the city. Plus the city is lost a bunch of drawings. So I just worry about anybody buying anything with the tenants open now. Like, they extended the moratorium. Nope.
They extended it out there.
Yeah, it's crazy. The city council is ludicrous.
Are they doing?
I used to love being a landlord of people like me, and now they pitted all the tenants against you.
Yeah, it's California. California.
No, it's open. I've been there, though. I have tenants. I could have picked them. I could have them.
It didn't work. Yeah.
But Gavin Newsom is bad too. And then Oakland. Okay, so there's a 6.8 was the interest of the CPI this year. It's never been that high, but it's for everywhere. I think it's going up to 6.8. I think that 8.6, whatever it is, but it's almost gone up to 9 now. And if you never readjust anything, inflation is so high that they're supposed to give you the rent increase by inflation. And what I've learned is, and it's hard for me to do because I had tenants in Danville for 2 years and I didn't raise it after the 1 year. I was going to give them a month because I wanted them to comply with the lease. Because I needed their cooperation. They didn't even look at the lease. They said they lost it. There's no buying. I'm just like, I'm so done. But city council, they go to give themselves, they reduced it to 3% cap rate. That's how you raise it a year. And then they go ahead and give themselves a raise for 6.8. I guess I'm lucky. No, I'm just kidding. If you're young and you have it together, you have people in your network. It's one thing. But when you, I didn't realize how great my crew was. I had a handyman could deal with all the maintenance issues. And it's like I can hardly do things. I can't get access to the unit. Nobody wants the owner around. Like, let the maintenance guy in, but they won't let the owner in. And if you turn the washer too hard on a faucet, you strip it. Like,
what's our next step here? Is there something
I think so.
that you want to work with me on or no?
What's that?
I say, is this going to be a good fit for us to work with you on, or do we got to wait for them to leave to terminate the contract, or you know, you're just gonna,
You know, the law, I can't do that. I have to pay or, but I don't know how it works if you get.
do we jump on a phone call with them or do I just talk to
Not
you?
now, I don't have time right now, I just. You have to wait.
Really? Yeah, we're on this now. I don't know how long. We've been on this for a while now.
Yeah, I know, and I was supposed to I thought you were my doctor, and I hung up on a very important call. I told you that at the beginning. So
I know that part.
So, you know, I told you, girl, yesterday, call me back in, after, Sunday, because you want to go to Sunday.
Well, it don't matter. I mean, I would rather not pay them, but no, what I'm saying is it doesn't matter to me because I don't mind paying them or not. That's all what I was saying. I said, I wasn't saying about, it doesn't matter about your house. I was saying that it doesn't matter if I pay Sundance or not. It's up to you if you want to sell it to me and let Sundance know that I'm ready to go.
Right now, I don't want to sell anything. I want to get the doctor. I did the appointment. I was talking to the appointment yesterday. I was to the county about a code violation because I don't know how to get it off my other house. It's a very complicated issue.
Let's do that. I'd like for you to take care of your house.
Right?
Yeah, say that again.
I haven't not even left this order like I was getting up because I was late for the doctor and I took an important call and I missed the doctor and I might have cancer, so
Okay.
I need to take care of myself and get tested and get on the right path. And I have vocal cord problems and that's why I get more pissed off when you interrupt or you keep going on talking and not going anywhere. So where it's at now is I'm going to take care of myself.
Okay, let me follow up with you. I want you.
I'm not going to buy it. And I don't even know what I really want to go for them because I don't want to buy it this year. Because I can't, once I get sold, I have to come up with all the numbers. I have to go, do a bunch of other stuff. So
Sounds like a headache. Sounds like a headache. Let me work with you. Yeah, let's do this. Let's take care of your health. Go eat some food. Go eat some food and go to the doctors and just take care of your health. And let's just touch base on a Friday or something and let me help you out. I can actually help you with numbers. Evening? Got you. So then I'll call you later in the evening. All right. Okay, cool.
But don't call me I think it's why are they doing that? Because they want to get it done faster, put pressure on. I haven't done the disclosures with them, and it gets real confusing with that because I know more about that building than anybody does.
Right.
Owen bought it. He did a lot of things. But basically, we pulled a couple permits, but most of it was without permits. And for me to sit there and disclose, I want to disclose everything because I'm disclosing you everything. You're buying risk control area and it's bad risk control. They're wrong with the way to do it.
Right.
I have tenants next door that are real quiet now. Hopefully they'll give you a part. There's a part of the property line that I did a survey on the property. Survey. And literally put that on a disclosure. Well, I did it because I had a tenant in there and she wanted to move in and her credit was low and I wanted a survey, but I didn't want to pay and couldn't find it. But, so we traded. I don't know if I reported it, but I had mistakes and I had the paperwork.
Let's do this. Let's just.
They don't think it's not to even find out that. And the lot line is where the water tower is on the property and I put a door and a window in there that needs to be close up with the fence. And people say, oh, that's no problem. I don't want the owner to come up with a problem. I want to do it before it's gone and let them fuck with me,
Gotcha. Let's touch base on Friday. Does Friday work with you in the evening? No, I heard you, but I don't mind paying Sundance. You don't want me to pay them? So you want me to wait till after them? You want me to wait to call you till after you're done with them when I don't mind paying them? When do you have time to talk?
I don't know. I want to go eat.
Go eat, and then let me know when I can call you back. My name's Carlos. Last name Ruiz.
Carlos, I need you to listen to what I say, so I don't repeat it. You know?
I hear you. I just don't mind paying Sundance. It's not like I neglected what you said. I just don't mind paying Sundance. I pay a lot of wholesalers. It's the same crap to me.
They want to buy something.
Well, I mean, they're the ones working with you. If I have to pay them, I'm really buying it from you. I'm just literally paying them a fee. They're not the ones that own it. They're just, representing you, like you said. You own it. I'm buying it from you. I'm on the phone with you. I do this all the time. I even with homeowners who have agents.
I was telling you about my house. I took the phone when I talked to my doctor.
Well, I mean, we could have hung up the phone like 40 minutes ago. I was just saying, like, we just continued the conversation. I don't need to buy the home either. I know you don't need to sell it. Okay. So then when would be the best time for me to call you? So then you have enough time to do what you need to do.
Is that right?
Well, yeah, see, that's the thing. If you want me to work with you in Sundance, and Sundance is talking to you, then I need to know. Save my number. Okay, save my number so then you can call me. Yeah, I could work with Sundance and you together. That's totally fine. Let them be involved. Take my number down, please. Yeah, let's pay those guys. Yeah, whatever. And I want you to report to see what they have, what I'm supposed to disclose. I can disclose everything, but do I disclose what the previous owner did? You know? Yeah, it's up to you, I guess.
See,
But
fine, with as is now, it was as is. You didn't have to disclose anything. I mean, the first owner bought this house. Look was done without reference period.
yeah, you have a pen and a pad.
I have arthritis and I've been holding.
Oh, okay. Let me do this since.
You have my number.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and text it over to you. Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Wowzers. Put in some notes real quick. Online notary is the shit. Never used it. We sign at the same time. Damn, that's dope. What's cracking, guys?
Damn, you were on the phone call that entire time.
So,
Bro, that same one.
I was on a 32-minute call. I was like, damn.
You were on that, bro. Dude, did you hear the call? Her and I were going back and
Nah,
forth.
I heard the very beginning talking about Sundance, and then I got on a call for 32 minutes, and I got off, and you were still talking about Sundance or something. I didn't hear none of it.
It's the deal that I'm working with one of my buddies, Left Coast Buyers, and I was working one of their leads, and they were saying that this lady talks fast and she interrupts a lot. So I just tried to match her. I matched her obviously faster, and she's like, "You're talking too fast." I'm like, "Well, you said you speak fast." With scenarios like her, all it is just like matching her energy. You see how she never got mad if I stopped her? I said, "Oh, I don't care." What do you mean I don't care? Hey, relax. I never said I didn't care about your stuff. I just said I don't care about paying Sundance. I just broke it down. Sundance is just another wholesaler. The difference from them being a fucking regular wholesaler to paying Sundance. The thing is, it's just she's one of those where I need to just get back on the call with her and Sundance. So since she's like all over the place, really. And I just want to get to know that Sundance company and see if they're willing to sell it to me and still pay them whatever the fuck they were looking to get. And I don't mind if I have to factor it in. She said she didn't need a lot of money down. So if they need, 20, 30 grand, okay. If we can fucking pay that, we'll pay that and we'll go forward. But that's just going to be a follow-up. I'm going to put some notes in on that. Do you guys have any questions on shit like that? And I don't know if it was really hard for you guys to understand it. I was able to hear it because I speak quickly. But yeah, I don't know.
Sometimes we can hear it. And what a follow-up be on something like that?
I'd straight up just call her like fucking, I don't know, 3 days. I would, and just tell her if she already spoke to Sundance. If not, let me talk on a call with them.
And I would think twice about calling that lady back.
Sometimes you gotta work for it. It seems like.
Nah, I know.
No, I'm
You just
saying like,
You just
if
gotta
she was
pack a
willing
lunch.
to sell it, yeah, then I'll do it. And she might be, like she said, she was all about saving taxes, not paying taxes the entire time. She was talking about that.
Sure.
She brought something up called like tenants in common, which is kind of like seller financing it, but they like pay half of like stuff with you. I don't know. I just told her, no, that's not what I would do.
Trying to get Casey in here. Just send him the link.
What?
So I'm trying to get Casey in here. I just sent him the link. He was messaging me.
He did call me right now too. I just was on the call.
Somebody's here.
Oh, that Casey, the other Casey, the KC. The letter K and letter C for Casey. That one hit me up. He called me, not the other Casey, not Casey Greer.
Yeah, Casey Greer. Whoa. Shit.
Okay, let me call a couple more of these leads that I have, and then we'll call your guys' leads. Hey, Josh, can you bring Julian in here so we can see if we can close that one guy?
Yep. I'll be back. I need to call a seller on this phone number.
All right, no worries. Initially, hey, Jesus, are you there?
Yeah, hey, what's up, man? I'm listening.
Jesus. I'm looking at this lead right here, Jim. Did you speak to them? I think it says you spoke to them.
Oh yeah, I actually submitted 2 last week. I'm not sure if maybe you've gotten a chance to speak with them, but yeah, one was Jim, and then the other guy was something Tellis. His last name was Tellis. But yeah, Jim was one.
Walt Tellis. Okay.
Walt. There you go. Yeah, Walt. Sorry about that.
Okay. What's up with Jim? I had just read the notes that you left. The seller states he needs some money as he has been wanting to travel to Korea for a few months so he can visit his parents who are not doing so well. So he wants to spend as much time as he can with them and needs cash. Initially had called about another property of his, but he told me he had been thinking about selling this one and to spend time with family. Seller mentioned he has not been keeping up with the market, does not know prices, needs cash to travel, preferred callback time. Seller did not have a preferred callback time, but I spoke with him around 4:50 p.m. And you just put his estimate. You put condition, seller bought property about 7 years ago, did cosmetic work, and when he purchased the property, roof's in fair condition, no AC on the building. So it's still like that, no AC?
Yeah, sounds about right. When I was talking to him, I kind of built a little bit of rapport with him, and he was just kind of mentioning that, his parents weren't doing so hot over there in Korea. So, he was just trying to get a little bit of cash to spend a couple months over there because, he was stressing how he wanted to spend a couple months over there with his mom and dad. Just because they weren't doing so good. So I built a little bit of rapport with that guy, but yeah, that's pretty much sounds like some pretty good motivation. I pretty much told him we would give him a call back as soon as we could and try to figure out what we could do for him. But yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't pull out the price out of him. Didn't really seem like he was keeping up with the market at all and stuff like that. So,
Alright.
just yeah.
Cool. So I'll call him up real quick. 650-583.
Industrial, right, Dr. Cole?
Hey, I'm looking to speak with Jim. Jim?
I'm sorry, you said Jim?
Yeah. Do I have the right number?
What's the last name? Do you have a last name for him?
I don't. He's a homeowner off of 86 Ave.
No, you're calling All Industrial Electric Company.
Oh, wrong number. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Bye. All right. Did I call the right number? I did. 650.
That's weird.
I called the right number that you put in there.
Yeah. I'm looking at it now. Yeah, that is the right number, but I'm not
The
too sure there.
650-583-8112.
True.
Is there something switched in there?
Let me double check real quick and then
I'll call the other guy for now, but just so you can check.
yeah, for sure. Let's see.
Okay. I'll call somebody else then. All right, who the hell's Walt? Let's see. Hey, what's up, Walt? This is Carlos with Left Coast Buyers. How you doing, man?
Okay, how you doing today?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. I'm just touching base with you. I know that you had spoken with my associate Edith about your property off of 83rd Ave.
Oh, 83rd, oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything with it right now, okay? I'm sorry, but I gotta get organized first, you know?
No, no problem. When would be a better time for me to follow up when you're closer to making that decision to sell it? When? Okay, so circle back in a couple months, you're saying?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No, I'm the one bothering you. Thank you so much. You have a good one. Bye.
Yeah, I just double checked on that phone number for Jim. It is I think it's the one that you said 650-583-8112.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Call it. Let's see if that's the same number that phone answers.
Yeah. I'll call back later on because I am hopping on calls later on. So I'll try to touch back bases with him.
Okay, just let me know. See what's up. And if you can like tag me or need some help, just fucking let me know. I got you.
Yeah, for sure. I'll come in on the podium.
All right, bro. I'll start calling some other people right now. Oh, that Walt guy. He said, where did you just hear him right now?
Yeah, I did. He said it's in a couple months.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
So we'll call next month. Josh, my man, what you doing?
A little bit of everything, you know.
What's up with Julian?
See, he didn't message me back yet.
Must be busy.
It says he hasn't been online in an hour.
Oh, this is a bad deal. Not that one. Mohammed, huh? Okay, let's call this guy.
And I'm waiting to hear back from another guy. It's a seller finance lead. It's in Cedar Glen, California. It's Lake Arrowhead.
Which one is it?
I don't have the address yet. The guy messaged me about it. He said seller finance deal. He said locked, loaded, in escrow, and ready to close.
All right, cool. So everything sounds great. Let's look at numbers.
Well, I'm trying to get the address and the numbers. I asked him if he had some time to talk, so I'm just waiting to hear back from him.
I'm just gonna knock out like 5 or 6 more of these calls that I do for certain people's podios. And so then we knock these out, then we can do one-on-one on everything. We call some people, we do Q&A, break down some strategies, whatever you guys want to learn. I got hours today.
I need to work on that triplex too and try to decide how I'm going to structure that. And maybe, and if you want to call him, I could see if he's available too. That way you can kind of explain things a little better.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm totally down.
Because, you know, that one thing you brought up, you know, that we could do, you know, he doesn't want to, if we would happen to not, for the performance mortgage deed.
Like if we default on payments, he wants nothing to do with the house.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want the son of a bitch back. He's like, if you guys don't pay, I don't want it back. And so I didn't know what other options, but like you mentioned, is we could do like put in there that it would just have to be sold if that would happen.
Yeah, in a scenario where we default, we can write an additional clause in there, a term or addendum where the homeowner doesn't want it back. So then we write in the term section that if in the scenario that we were to default on the property, that we would then get together with an agent to list it and sell it because the homeowner doesn't want to do it.
Right.
You know,
I think that's the only spot I kind of need to butter him up.
Yeah. Remember, when you do creative financing, it's literally about creating the term. So you can kind of, that's kind of why you want to get into scenarios where you can be on phone calls with live sellers that are actually open to selling and they have some type of problem for you to bring a solution to the table. You want to run lots of scenarios so then you get a lot of experience and understand things to ask or what you can do. I always bring up DeMarcus and his wife Emily. They showed me one where they can lock up deals contingent to even putting prices on them. Like in a scenario where somebody's distressed, heavily distressed, right? And they need some help. You're telling them you can help them out, your team can help them out. And you're like, you know what? We haven't come to an agreement on numbers, but in your head, you're like, I don't want to hang up this phone not being confident knowing the numbers.
Oh yeah,
I don't want to hang up this phone and know that somebody else might call them that knows and locks it up. So
they just like to be determined or whatever.
Yeah, they locked up a deal and we're like, hey, do you want to buy this house? I'm like, sure. What's the number? She's like, well, we just put to be determined. I'm like, well, what do you mean? She's like, yeah, we locked it up stating in the additional terms that Josh Keating, the seller, Josh Keating, is selling this property to FGM Solutions or whatever, and FGM Solutions has agreed to purchase the property from Josh Keating contingent to
Yeah.
figuring out the price or whatever.
We'll figure it out later.
Yeah, I was like, that's genius. I
Holy
like that.
shit.
And obviously, it isn't going to work with people who want to sell the fuck out of their house and who have money or all that.
No.
It works in scenarios where they're distressed, right?
Yeah, and that trust has been built to where it's like, all right, yeah, I got you, you got me. Let's just go ahead. Let's do this. Julian's jumping in here in a minute.
Yes, sir. How's it going, guys and
What's up,
girls?
Julian?
Not much, man. How's it going, everybody?
What's up, Julie?
Good.
It was a good day. Another close went through today.
Woo!
Nice.
Fuck yeah, Julian.
Get that.
We need to get a
bro.
bell or something.
What did you make on that one?
This is my biggest one. I made 20.
Dude, you're a G, bro. I fucking love it.
Yeah.
And you
This
just
is
got into this a few months ago, right?
Yeah, May was my first deal. So I've done 5. This is my 5th deal so far. Yeah,
That's
since
killer,
May.
guys. Bro, you're really killing it, man. And what markets are you in?
I'm strictly just in like Montgomery County. Like that's really the only place I'm doing. It's
Oh,
just
that one?
Montgomery County, Ohio.
Ohio. All right, guys, that's where we're headed. We're headed to Montgomery County.
It's
We're going
not
there
a bad
to crush
market
it.
though.
I've heard
Oh.
2 other people tell me you need to get your ass in here. You need to get your ass in here. I'm like, yeah, we'll get there. And then I see them kicking ass, closing deal after deal out there. I'm like, fuck, we really need to get
Bro, the
there.
only thing about it is like the ARVs aren't super high. And I think that's what like deters a lot of people. But like you can still make pretty decent margins. Now, obviously, this one was a 4-plex, so it was a little bit different. And looking back at it, I probably could even made a higher assignment. But yeah, like I posted, 'cause I got under contract for 95, and then I posted it, and literally like within like an hour, I had like 10 offers. I was like, I definitely could have offered more.
Damn.
Bro,
Yeah.
First, let us show you how to find buyers so you get the direct buyer.
That's the one thing I do need to get better at, like, is finding more
Josh
like
Sutton.
consistent cash buyers.
It's not hard. We'll show you how to do that to you right here with the powerhouse, bro. We got you. Second, if you think about, hey, I don't know what I could charge, why don't you just run it by somebody else as well, so we can kind of see it.
No, definitely true.
Well, I'm just saying you could have maximized, bro. What if you could have got a lot more?
I know exactly. That's what I'm kind of thinking. It's like I probably could have easily made like another 10 or 15 on that probably.
And that's what happens.
How'd you get the lead on that one?
What was that?
How did you get the lead on that?
So for that one, I reached out to a regular just home buyer in Dayton, and the property I was interested in originally, he said he didn't want to sell, but I followed up with him and asked if he had any other properties he would consider an offer on, and he said, "Well, I have a 4-plex I want to sell," and instantly my like siren started going off. I was like, "Well, 4-plex." And then I asked him what his price was. I thought he was going to tell me, like 150, 160. He's like, "Oh, I think I let it go for 95," and I was like, in my mind, I was like, no fucking way.
Right.
Like it sounded too good to be true. So like I ran it by one of my buddies who actually has like MLS access. And he was like, no, like this thing's worth 170. I was like, really? He was like, yeah. He's like, you should definitely get under contract. So I called him back like an hour or two later. I was like, you know what? I talked to my team, we could do 95. I think they'll be fine.
Nice.
Then I've reached out to a couple of people who I know were interested in multi-units, and literally like they all came back super quick. I was like, and I already had it at 115. That's why I kind of left it like that. But I definitely could have got like extra 10 or 15 more, I think. But
yeah,
I'm not gonna look back and say, damn, like I wish like
whatever.
No, you should look back, bro. You should look back and be like, I'll never do that shit again. I could have called Josh and found somebody to
You
pay.
can look
90.
back now, but
No, but you're good, bro. The cool
A
thing
win's
is
a
you're,
win
you're
still.
fresh and you have a good attitude. That's what you need. And the great thing is you started running off the bats, and that's kind of the momentum that people need. Is whatever you're doing, kind of break down your day for us real quick to see what's allowing you to make those deals, so others who are listening can kind of understand how did you get the ball rolling pretty quickly. I had some very quick success with myself as well. And then I had a little pause, and then I just picked it back up. But kind of run by how you shifted into this, what you did previously if you're working on W-2, and how you started closing these deals. Like what type of action were you taking on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah. So basically, let me take a step back. Hold on, I'm putting on the shirt right now to get on camera.
Oh, he's
Wait,
Nah,
sure.
bro, you don't need no shirt.
flexing for us. You don't need that.
I'm always shirtless at home, always. So
Yeah, you just usually catch me in boxers, but we're right here, so got close.
yeah. So basically, I've been going into the real estate journey now for about a year and a half. I was always in corporate America. Always have worked in corporate America. Even got my MBA. So very student-ish type of person. Bought my first rental last June. Cash flows still to this day. And then I purchased my first flip shortly after that because I left all of my saved up cash into the rental. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna do a flip. Then my first flip took 8 months to actually flip it, but still made a little small profit. I think I made like 10,000, which was better than completely losing money. So then after that sold in February. I purchased another flip I'm still working on currently, like in June. So wholesaling. So in May, a buddy of mine from college reached out to me. He was like, hey, do you want to buy this house in Ohio? And I was like, well, I don't do business in Ohio, but I knew I could wholesale, at least try to. So I got it under contract from his aunt, who was a power of attorney. I found an end buyer who, bought it at a higher price. I think I got under contract for 55, had an end buyer at 65. However, my end buyer backed out of the deal like 5 days before close. Backed out because they said that they just were unsure. They thought they was gonna need too much work. So 5 days before close, I had to find a whole new cash buyer where I didn't know anybody in dating. So I was calling people before who said they were interested, getting on Facebook, realtors, and luckily I found somebody like 2 days before closing that said they would close and they paid everything. So I made 10,000 on that first one.
Okay.
And then the proof of concept was there. So I just stayed in the Dayton area because I was like, okay, well, obviously there's something here, let me just stay. Then I found this other guy who I wholesaled his house, made 7. And then I wholesaled somebody else's house that made 5. And then one of the guys whose houses I sold, he actually had another house. He called me actually. He was like, hey, I have this other house I want to sell. Do you want to buy it? And I did buy it from him. And I think I have to go back and look at my numbers. I think I made like 10 on that one, 10 or 12. And then I just closed on my one today for 20. So in about 3 months, so from May till today, I've made 50K in wholesaling so far.
What a champ.
Yeah, in 3
That's
months.
awesome, bro. I haven't even done 50 grand in wholesaling, and I've been doing this shit for 6.5 months. Though I picked up a lot of properties, yes, recently.
Yeah.
I mean, I just locked up my first 2 wholesale deals. I haven't locked up a wholesale deal in months.
I think go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yesterday, yeah, like last week I closed those 2 verbal agreements I got, Josh, on Thursday. They signed on Saturday and today.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
That's
So
awesome.
those are my first 2 wholesale
Congrats.
deals in a while. Boom, boom, knock those out.
I think the biggest thing in wholesaling is that a lot of times, and I actually was at fault with this because I've been kind of getting into that funk. You have to remember that when we're talking to these sellers, yes, we're trying to obviously make money in wholesale, but we're really providing a service to them, right? At the end of the day, they're looking to sell because they're stressed, they need money for medical bills, they don't want to deal with the tenant, whatever it is, they're highly motivated to sell for a reason. And our job is to provide a solution to that. Obviously, we have to talk about price, we have to talk about condition, but I was actually watching something the other day. I don't know if anybody knows who Josh High is. I think it's his name, out of Columbus. He's a really big investor, like flipper in the area. He said that when he gets on calls with prospects, he doesn't even talk about conditions right off the bat. He talks about motivation first. Because he said that if you're able to peel back and speak on just motivation, he said a lot of times you don't even have to worry about the price or their timeline because that motivation aspect will tell you everything you need to know.
That's 100% right on that. As far as like the way I run my scenarios is motivation, and here's the reason why. You find out they're interested in selling because they're in distress. Now you have opportunity to build that rapport.
Yep.
And like I come from a sales background where we were always taught the ABCs, always be closing, right? In a car deal, we're learning, okay, cool. So, but if I got that number, you'd be willing to buy this for me today, right? Like it was always about that. Right here, we're not all about being a salesman and trying to go in. It's all about finding the motivation, being yourself, and like how you guys hear me on the phones, how I'm real authentic and I could make jokes or however it works. So I'm just me on the phone, Once I find out there's real motivation, I go into, okay, cool. So if like you were to sell this to somebody like me today, how soon are you looking to sell it? You find out they don't need 6 months, cool, you're in 30 days. Now I'm gonna roll into that condition. I already have the full motivation. Now they dug it up, whatever, kept digging and digging and digging at it. You want to get everything out. That's why learning a script is only so much. That's why you want to get into role plays with others who do it very well, or live calls, because you're gonna hear other little questions to ask. That basically you fact find hard enough, and you'll find out they're gonna give you the answers because you already have the solution. You just don't know which solution do you have to use on them. And so when
I was talking to a seller today, and we built up such good rapport that basically he told me, he was like, I'm gonna run it by a realtor just to see what the numbers are. But he told me, he was like, if you're 30 or 40% in the range of where they're at, I'm probably still gonna go with you just because of the conveniency that you will provide me. So he didn't even care about the price. So I told him in the call, I was like, obviously my price isn't going to be the lowest. Like, for being completely transparent, you can make more money with a realtor, but we offer, so much more value, and basically just building that up. And he told me, he was like, if you're within 30 to 40% of where they're at, I probably would still go with you, because he said, I was like, he was like, he built up such good, trust. I feel like you guys get the process done quickly, because he has a tenant in there he doesn't want to deal with anymore. And he knows if he goes through a realtor, he can make more, but the hassle of trying to sell a house when there's somebody else living in it, that's a big problem.
Yeah. Good shit, bro. Good shit, man. I'm happy for you and I'm proud of you. I don't really know you, but I just know this, that you have a really good attitude. You have you need that winning attitude, really. And yeah, you seem like you see the glass half full, bro. And I'm just excited that you're here, bro, because reality, you're going to do very well if you're doing this by yourself with a little bit of guidance and a little additional tips. It's not like you were never going to learn. It's not like you were never going to figure this shit out alone.
I'm always looking.
But now that you're with a team of other people, we learned together. I learned from, like I was explaining, I learned from some newer people how to close one of these deals. I'm open to being a sponge all the time. Yes, I have a great mentor, and then I have a lot of people that I get to talk to. All you guys get to speak to. I get to hear you guys' scenarios on a day-to-day basis. And you guys are giving me your responses. So I'm like, oh, I kind of like that. I would have said this better. So I pick up a lot. You being around us and stuff, I see you're gonna kick ass, man. Because now you're gonna learn creative financing, where now the motivation doesn't necessarily need to be super distressed. Now you can bring out, like, a scenario that I always bring up that gets me pretty far in deals is the one that I've shown you guys too. Hey, I'm not sure if you're aware, but I purchase and sell homes. I'm not sure if you do that for a living. When you sell a home, you're gonna first pay a huge tax. There's a gain. I'm not saying this to I even tell them sometimes because they feel like, oh, I'm trying to overcome them. I'm not here to overcome anything. I'm just letting you know that first, if you're not aware, you're gonna pay a lot of money up front. Second, if you're not even planning to use your money, it's gonna sit, be valued. You're not gonna make money in the bank. And it's why I bring this up. Would you sell it to me this way? And that's how I got the last few homes. It wasn't because, oh, they were super distressed. No, they weren't. It's just the fact that they didn't want to pay. They didn't want to pay taxes. I'm working on one or two. What was it? I think Thursday with Stan's lead Penny, and then Dustin's lead Nathan. Both of those didn't seem distressed at all. They weren't in a rush until I brought up that little scenario. The same thing that I'm calling Penny today when Stan gets on here in a little bit. We're gonna call Penny back, which we called her on Thursday's call. And then Dustin's gonna jump on and we're gonna call back his guy. And both of them already said today that they were open to it. And so that's all. We're gonna just see how it goes. And if it does, there's the proof in the pudding. On the recording on Thursday, literally I say the same shit to them. And if we close them today in front of you guys, it's organic. It's right there. I literally did it just a few episodes ago. Same thing. And they weren't in distress. They had money, you know?
Oh, David too.
What's up, David? What's up with David? I really want his house.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him. He's off of work if you want me to try to call.
Yeah, call him up and see if he's free for me.
520 right now.
I always heard the expression price was a myth, and the more I do deals, the more I kind of think that's true. And somewhat, I should say.
It doesn't break or break a deal. It doesn't make or break a deal. The term, right? Like if we can go to, like the lady I was on the phone call with for such a fucking long time. She was like, oh, well, what's your cap rate? And I'm like, I don't really look at cap rates on single family homes. I look at them at commercial. Oh, well, how much money are you gonna, it's gonna state how much money you're gonna get, or how fast you're gonna get your return on your money. But the thing is, I'm not using my money, I'm using someone else's money, and I just told her it's not working that way. Even if the cap rate was fucked up or higher, it's just, you gotta let me make some cash flow. That's all it is. And you'll start getting so much better, bro, once you start looking at it like, okay, you have distressed people, those are deals. Anybody can get on a distressed phone call, but if you're, nice and polite and really help somebody, you're gonna get further. But anybody who is distressed and answers your phone call at the right time, you can have a language barrier if somebody's distressed and still get the deal done. That's how easy the thing can be. That's why you gotta make a lot of calls, make sure you're touching some people. Obviously, not all of them are distressed. And if not, learn a little bit about creative financing so you can offer a different solution, better solutions. And call some people. Just knock out 2 or 3 more calls on this Podio real quick, and then we'll get into Sam. Did you already call him or no, or text him?
Calling them right now.
All right, I'll wait for you first. So call him and let me know the answers. And if he doesn't, I'll make some of these calls real quick. If not, we'll just start rolling it.
Hey, Carlos, you said the number for I think it's Ron, right?
I have that. Hold on. I have that.
I gotta find it too. I haven't.
I'll have it. Let me just give me a second.
What up, G's?
What's up, Casey?
Getting it. How you doing?
What up, Casey?
Good, bro. How are you?
Amazing.
Working on this.
What up,
Last
Josh?
day- What up? Last day at the new office, at the old office?
Shit, dude, I don't even know.
You feel weird?
I'm trying to figure it out,
Yeah.
Are you
Kinda
going
all
into it
lining-
full time?
Lining up perfectly though.
He is full time, I think. Yeah. He's just moving offices.
Gotcha.
Or are you going independent more?
I mean, it's what it is. I've been independent, but
Yeah.
actually recently linked back up.
I'm what they call a free agent.
Yeah, exactly.
For real. Like, I'm not lying. I work 3 other people's podios and they have rules. And I still abide by them. Like, I'm working with Jesus and the company he works with. Jesus is in here. And I do acquisitions. I've been there 7-8 days. They're leads, right? They're qualified leads. I came in and closed 2 deals of 2 that we did on Thursday. I closed 2 deals with him already. And he has a structure. I have to talk and put notes in. And I'm a free agent for 3 other people. And then all the other deals I work with you guys, it goes around kind of like what fits my schedule if I'm available. Not being rude. Not being rude. I'm just saying like
No, I get it. I respect it.
And then when somebody's paying for ads and like, yo, Carlos, can you work these leads for me? I'm like, what type of leads are they? Oh, they're paid, so they're hot. If they're fucking paid, best believe I'm gonna take the time to get on those calls right now because they're obviously an opportunity because they're
no, you're right. If they paid for them, they're probably some fire for sure.
So when Brad started doing that, I locked up 3 deals off of Brad's leads and we partnered on them. And with 2 of these leads from my homie George, I locked up 2 deals in the first 7 days.
Let's go.
He just put a whole bunch more leads on my thing, so I'm just blowing them out right now.
You're crushing it, bro. You're a fucking monster, Carlos. You know that?
Bro, I'm trying to be. This is gonna be the turnaround. Like next month is gonna be over. Boom. It's gonna be a fucking turnaround.
That's what I'm saying too.
10 plus deals.
So I'm trying to do just 2 deals a month.
Fuck that. We're gonna ramp. Yeah, we're gonna show you what the car business is about. We're gonna bring in the car business, fucking relationships and everything. The whole name of the game is close a fucking deal, no matter the size. Get your ass back in there, close another fucking deal until the day's over. Until the day's over.
I agree.
Obviously, I didn't take advantage of all that shit because I partied too hard in my time in the car business. I never was a high performer. But now I take advantage of everything that I did learn and now I utilize it. So if I was in the car business now, I would be number 1. But I can never be since I never was.
I used to be in sales back a couple of years ago, and I used to sell trading education. Hated sales. Thought I would never want to do it again. But it's crazy because now all those skills I learned, like they're still there. So I'm appreciative of that time.
Yeah, I can't find Ron's fucking number for some reason.
I have the number if you want me to type it or just say it.
Just drop them in there. I guess I'm gonna. I believe the lender's funds are tight. Sam, did David answer?
No, he didn't.
He didn't? All right, cool, no worries. Just text him and say, hey, let us know if you have some time.
Yeah, I texted him. I'll see if he hadn't answered the last 3 texts I sent him, but
Okay.
he did ghost me for like 3 weeks last month, and then he called me out of nowhere saying, hey, I still want to sell that property. I've been out of town, so I'll see what happens.
It's all good. It's
Yeah.
understandable. All right, we'll get to it. I'm gonna call this one lead though. Hey, I'm looking for Mohammed. Yeah, Carlos with Left Coast Buyers. Okay. When would be a better time for me to follow up with him? Oh, he's interested in selling us his house off of Pope Street. Are you his spouse? You're the sister-in-law. Okay. What's your name? Hadida? Okay. Hey, Hadida. Yeah, I was just calling in to see if Mohammed was still, open to selling his house, but obviously he's not there. Would you know if he's still open to selling? Okay. When would he be back? So maybe I can just follow up with him and talk to him directly. Oh, okay. So he's out of state or something? Oh, okay. Where are you from?
Fiji.
Fiji?
Fiji Island, yeah.
How cool is that? I love Fiji water. That's all I know about Fiji though. That's super awesome. Got to check it out. Well, Hadida, I appreciate your time so much. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Well, it might be like 10 or 11 next month, so he'll be here.
Okay. I'll follow up then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Goodbye. Call the next one. Do. Julian, do you call a lot of people throughout the day?
Yeah, so basically my system is I do a lot of SMS texting because I still have my W-2 job, so I can't call as much during the day. So twofold. Actually, tomorrow is actually my last day in corporate. I'm actually going into this full time after tomorrow, and then
old guy. Hell yeah.
And then I have interviews set up for Thursday and Friday for me to hire my first dialer. So kind of taking things, I say slowly, but I kind of been moving a little quickly. But yeah, I'm looking to bring on a dialer who can just call and set appointments for me. I don't want to hire an acquisitions person yet because I feel like that before I hire that, I should be really good at it and feel confident that I could train somebody. But a dialer, I know how to set appointments pretty well. So.
Okay, cool. Yeah, bring your VA, your dialer into the role play so he can get,
definitely will.
You want to get him tuned up. You don't want him to be just an average Joe in there wasting your money.
Exactly.
You want to make him a little bit better, and then if you need, pay him like 1 or 2% on the money you make.
Exactly.
A few $100 extra every deal. Keep him happy, but keep him seasoned. Get him in on the role play. I know that Sub 2 has, I think, Monday mornings or something every Monday that they have role play for people's VAs, which is dope. Because
I'm actually not a member of Sub 2. I thought about investing in it, but I just haven't done it yet.
It's definitely like the best decision ever. For sure, bro. You'd love it. You'd love the shit out of it. I know you like us. Powerhouse is great. We're awesome as fuck, for sure. Sub 2 is another great community with the even better leader. Been more experienced than me. Fucking taught me a lot of the shit I know. Great mentorship. I have other mentorships. They're not set up the same. There's a total difference. Most of them are just videos, not much support calls, not actual live training, educational Zooms. No, like you get what you pay for.
Yeah.
You get way more than what you pay for in sub 2. Better structures. They have literally videos for every single thing. You have access to their lawyers, their CPAs, their attorneys, literally the same business structure they have, we have with our LLCs and protections. It's a different ballgame, man. They have a lot of challenges and tournaments and role plays and things for us to do to improve. There's no other fucking community out there that probably can handle what these guys do.
Yeah, because one of my good buddies in Chicago, he actually is in sub 2. He's been there, I think, for like a year and a half, 2 years, and yeah, he says it's changed like everything for him. So, you know, I definitely watch a lot of Taste Morby on YouTube. So I think I am looking to pull the trigger. I think I am going to invest in him like soon.
Oh yeah, no rush. When you decide to jump into something that you're going to pay for, 100%, bro. No brainer. That's the one you're going to go into. And if that's, I know Josh is definitely getting in there. I know everybody else in here is definitely getting in there. When you close some deals, get your ass in there, take you to the next level type shit. Five, 3, 5.
Did you see his number?
Just doing a couple more calls.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
Yo, Ninjas is officially sub 2. Let's go.
Hey.
Fire.
Please leave your message for.
Hey, what's up, Michael? This is Carlos with Left Coast Buyers, and just following up with you. I know that you had a property that you're interested in selling us. It's off of 76th Ave. Give me a call back. My number is 925-966-1271. Thank you. I always forget when I'm working for other people, I got to use their names and shit. Hey, Jesus. Are you still there?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, that lead, Alana, I called it like last week. It looks like a hot lead, like they're distressed and everything. It looks like it'd be a fire deal for me to jump on the phone call with. But I called last time and the lady said that, let me see, I put, called and asked for Alana, and she said that I have the wrong number and just hung up on me. I let her know that, you know, I was from the same company and let her know that I was looking to just talk about her house, and she's just like, oh, got the wrong number, and hung up. And just wanted to see if that number is right or if she just fucking did that, you know?
I've been trying to call her like almost every day, man. Like 3 times a day. So
Oh shit.
yeah. One time she did answer. And you know, I was just like, hello, Alana, like, are you there? And she was on the phone for like a good, I don't know, 5-10 seconds, and then just clicked. So I was like, I don't know what the hell's going on. But yeah, I've been trying to reach her, man, from like anywhere from like 8 in the morning, 9 in the morning, all the way to like 7 p.m. when I'm off.
All right, I'm gonna call her anyways. Fuck it.
leave your message for 6.
No. Answer.
Yeah, I think that I don't know if you remember that Dorothy lady, Dorothy Banks.
Sounds familiar. What about her?
I think she blocked me.
Oh,
Yeah, I call her now and it goes straight to voicemail.
maybe she did, bro. She was like, "Fuck this."
Yeah.
People could just say, "Hey, you know what? We don't want to sell anymore, or at least not to you. Call me. Don't call me." So then you send someone like me to call. Let me call her.
Please leave your message for 619-890-7811.
Hey, what's up, Alana? This is Carlos with Left Coast Buyers. I'm just touching base with you. Wanted to talk about your property that you have off of 47th Street. When you have a chance, call me back. My number is 925-966-1271. Thank you. All right. Okay, let me call some of your guys' leads. Boom, boom, boom. I'm gonna call Ronald. All right, let's call fucking Ron. 931-361-5539.
Service you're attempting to use has been restricted or is unavailable. Please contact customer care.
Oh, I put in 931 instead of 937.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Ron Folks.
I'm gonna call him again. I'm gonna call him again right now.
Forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Ron Folks.
Is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, what's up, Ron? This is Carlos. Carlos with Julian. Talk about your property that you have, interested in buying it on terms. When you have a chance, call me back, 760-902-7843. Thank you. Yo, Dustin, should we call your boy back? In here. Let's see. What's up, Alana? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Did you want to make that phone call with your brother-in-law, or did you want to do that after this?
We can do it after. He gave me some more information about at least 2 of those properties today. One of them, I think he said he got an appraisal for, and it's like almost 100,000 over what he has it listed as, but yet he still hasn't gotten any offers on it. And then one of the ones in Noonan, he actually got an offer for, but it's lower than what he was expecting. So I don't know. He's to me just difficult to talk to. just to give you a heads up.
Okay. Well, then we'll just figure that out after this then.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see. You know what? I'll call this lead that I had to follow up with. Let me call somebody to jump in here real quick.
Hey, Maurice, I'm calling you with the seller that has property to sell. He's willing to do seller financing, as you said, you need creative financing. But I mean, I could proceed with the deal, but the person has a note, so I just created a promissory note for the guy. He's gonna.
Let me get those.
I was on the other line, sir.
Oh, no worries. Just forgot you were in here. Wanted to see if we can call your guy back. Did you want to do that?
Yeah, it was good.
All right, let me call him up. All right, well, I'm just gonna jump on. Totally forgot. All right, cool. Call.
Call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Affordable repair.
Is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, what's up, Nathan and Cindy? It's Carlos. Just wanted to touch base with you and see if now's a good time for us to chat. You can call 760-902-7843. Thank you. We'll call them up. Does anybody have a lead they want me to call? Right, if not, I have leads.
I have this one I'm kind of working on right now. It's kind of a unique situation, and they're really right there. I guess the thing is that the ARV for this area is super low. It's a husband and wife, and I was gonna offer them 25,000 with. See, they need 10,000 down, so I mean that's like basically half, but they needed to like relocate and move. But the only thing is, I kind of pitched them that we would have to be at 0% interest and also no monthly payments for the numbers to work. And they're not necessarily opposed to that. It's just like, how soon could they get the remainder of their money? That's like the big thing. So I mentioned like 5 years. He said it's too long. He said they want to do like a year. And I was like, maybe 2 years would be better. So they're highly motivated and they do want to sell. It's just they need a good amount of money up front to move. But when I told them about basically not having any monthly payments until we paid them off, they weren't like completely opposed to it though.
Okay. And was that because they needed such a large amount of money down?
Yeah.
Got you.
The only thing that sucks is like the ARV for the area is like not high. Like they got most of the house would be worth 55, 60 all fixed up. So
what did they want for it now?
They would take 25,000 cash for it right now, but that would just be too much because the house needs a decent amount of work.
Yeah, might be.
As I said, I think it's too. The margins might be too thin.
same thing, you gotta think like this too, like. Typically, if you buy like or an end buyer, right? If you lock it up on creative financing, the end buyer, if you're gonna wholesale it, he's probably gonna get a lender in there. And so how much money does he need the lender to close on the deal? So you're gonna add all those numbers up, closing cost, renovation, wholesale fee, money down, all that stuff, right? Find out after you pay them their fee on top of what they lend you, you might even be higher than that ARV price. And if you're not, which is still doable after you renovate it and everything, if you're cash flowing a good amount of cash flow, but what happens is you're gonna have a short term. And so it's really about getting on the phone call and seeing if we can just solve the problem.
Exactly. And like I said, they're a good couple too. Like I've been talking with the husband and wife together. So they definitely are interested in moving forward. It's just they have their price, but their price just doesn't make sense. Like they weren't even opposed to $10,000 down. The biggest thing was just like when can they get the remainder of the like 15,000. Like they don't want that to be held up because they said, what's stopping me from basically just walking away from it if we're not going to have monthly payments?
That if they're not gonna have monthly payments,
Yeah.
what's stopping them from walking away? Got you. Well, the thing is, if they have opportunity to sell it now, cool. They probably don't.
They don't.
Rates and everything like that. So, right, we might be their only bet anyways. And so if we do that, it's just the benefit is we'll fucking actually give them some money in their pocket. We'll buy that house from them. It's beat up, is what it sounds like.
Yeah. I mean, we can give them a call because I've been talking with them for a couple of days, but I think a new voice might help kind of bring it home a little bit.
All right. What's the number? What's the address?
Let me see. Let me post it both in the group.
How's everybody doing? Anybody have any questions? What's up, Tommy, Dustin, Dan, Trevor, and Stephanie? We got Deshaun, my man's in here. Dom, what's cracking? Dom and Sean and Renee and Ben. John,
Yo, what up, Silos?
Sam, Jesus, what's cracking?
Hey, Carlos, we also have that other guy that we can call too.
Oh yeah, I'm down. That's the guy we were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
I'm getting, go ahead.
What's good? I don't know. Somebody stopped. You guys started speaking and then it just stopped. Who is?
Oh no, yeah, I thought Josh. Go ahead, man. We're Carlos already knows about that deal, so.
Yeah, I'm getting terms now on that Cedar Glen, California property, seller finance. The guy just messaged me.
Okay, so
I think it'd be good for an Airbnb. Price.
You have the information on it?
Yeah.
This is locked up?
Yep.
Seller
Can I read it to you? Can I read you the terms?
Yes.
All right. Air DNA estimate 90K annual revenue. Seller finance price 550K, down payment 50,000. Terms, seller finance note is at 5% interest on a 10-year loan term, due and payable in May of 2032.
Whose house is this?
Huh?
Whose deal is this?
Mitch Roy.
I seen this deal already. Not for Mitch, but I seen the whole deal already. I declined it.
Oh yeah.
The whole deal, and you started saying $98,000 Air DNA.
Why did you decline it?
For the fact that it might work with other people's buy criteria, but I'm comfortable with my buy criteria. I like my spreads. Other people, a little bit more bold, might have their own money to use, so there won't have to be a lender in there. Where I see it is $90,000 on Air DNA. It's cool, but the amount of money he's asking is $550. It needs a full renovation and it's small. It needs 50 grand down on top of the full renovation. 5% interest amortized over the 10 years. I'm paying mainly interest. So at the end of those 10 years, I still owe him. I forgot. I did the numbers. It was like 400 something. I still owe him.
Is that the only tool you use is Air DNA or what?
Nah.
So we'll do AirDNA, Data Ravu, I think it's called like MashVisor.
MathVisor?
No, it's called, I have it right here. MashVisor. Yeah, I was right. MashVisor.
Gotcha. And what was the other one?
So there's AirDNA, data.rabu, R-A-B for boy, B for boy. Oh, I mean you. Data.rabu. That's a great one. There's the MashVisor. And then you can even use Airbnb.
Rabu, D-A-T-A dot.
R-A-B for Bravo, B for Bravo, U, Rabu.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, good looking out.
Yeah, no problem. Run them all. And but here's how I see it. The only reason why I see it this way too is I got a home run of a deal up north, right? A deal that cost me $379,000, and we're going to be bringing in, 5 figures every single month on the property, which is it's going to be well over 120. Plus I have an ADU on it. So it's a home run. I don't need a home run every time. Great fucking deal though. But this one, it's $550, $50,000 down. I bought one for $379,000, $10,000 down. I'm not trying to compare it. I'm just saying, I'm trying to get the numbers to make sense for me. I'm bringing in $50,000 down, and then whatever I need for whatever else I need. If that's all the entry fees, cool. That might be it, because I know Mr. Roy's a badass, so he probably has all entry fees included. So there's $50,000. That's just due to the seller, actually, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, so
There's still an assignment fee and everything on it.
go check it out.
Is that Mitch's or Richard Knowles?
They're partners.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Because Richard had sent me that deal too, but I was like, yeah, that's not a deal for me.
I like those guys. Those guys are awesome as fuck.
Yeah,
bro.
they're
Those guys are
badasses.
They're really badasses in the community. It's just like I was getting to was it just didn't fit my criteria. I just didn't see me making the cash flow that I wanted to make. 90,000 over 12 years is, I don't know, $7,000 or something. The payment was going to be like half of it. And
He said their terms were negotiable for a sub-2 student though.
Yeah, they're probably gonna, they're probably wrapping some of that. Who knows? I don't know what's, I don't know if they're doing anything else in there. But I think he asked me if I could negotiate it. And I think I either said, no, it won't. It's gonna be like a pretty big change if I'm gonna want it. If not, I don't want to move forward. Maybe you can find another buyer. But yeah, the big reason is it's full price with a large amount of money down.
And it needs renovated to even start the cash flow.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm probably gonna have $150 even into it before it's cash flowing.
Yeah, and then usually I'm gonna use a lender in there, and it just wasn't gonna fit literally my needs. Like maybe here's the thing. Maybe if it was like $50,000 under the purchase price and a lot money, really the money down and the interest rate got me off. My buy box is 4% and under. I don't want to do 5%. It's just me. Now in a scenario where I get an Airbnb home run and they're charging 5%, if I'm getting a home run, cool. I'll go even if it's 6%. I don't really I don't want to do any of that shit. I'm just giving you a scenario. If I can Airbnb it and we're gonna make 5 figures a month, cool. This was gonna make 5 figures a month, cool. I might be interested. It's just that to me, it's a lot of money down already, and that's why I just didn't fit mine. This is where I want to be, all in on everything on an Airbnb deal that's gonna make good money. I want to be in 20% maximum on the purchase price, which on this would be like 110,000. But I'm probably gonna need $50,000 to renovate it, and then some money to close on it, and then some wholesale money. So I'll be a little bit over that 20%. Then I split it with somebody. It could still cash flow maybe $1,000, $1,500, but just wasn't what I was looking for. I'm looking for $2,000 minimum on Airbnb net. So that's my main reason. If it fit my criteria, cool, I would have got it. I'm sure it's gonna fit somebody else's, and I hope it does sell pretty quickly. Okay, what's up, Renee? Let's see. Cool. I have Andrew.
Yeah, that's what I'll tell him.
Yeah, let him know. 1168 Mill Lake Circle Stone has 3 properties looking to sell, but he turned me down ASAP when he knew I was a wholesaler. I also have a guy in Albany. Okay. What's up, Renee? Can you get off of the mute and jump on?
to talk to me real quick?
Hey,
Okay.
okay, so the guy in Stone Mountain, he reached out to me. So basically I had sent him a text, probably like Friday or something like that. He reached out to me a few times. He has a total of 3 properties that I've seen. One he lives in, and it seems like that one is in good shape. Which is all of his properties is in good shape. But it don't seem like
What
nothing is
market is it in?
Stone Mountain. Stone Mountain, Georgia.
Oh, okay, cool. Sounds like my type of mountain.
Right. Oh my God, you gotta climb it one day. It's so dope once you get to the top.
I bet. Sounds up. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So he has a property out there in Stone Mountain, Georgia, and he kind of just turned you down her once he found out you're a wholesaler.
Yes, he did. And
How did that conversation come up?
So what, as far as him, okay, so
How did the wholesaling part get brought up?
So of course I called him back, and I was asking him, you interested in selling? And he said, yeah, he is. What else? He said, but how much are you offering to pay? And I'm like, well, I need to find out how much, you want first, and, everything that needs to be done to the property. And then he said, well, what is your plans with the property? He said, are you basically a wholesaler? And he was like, or are you going to put like a tenant in there? Basically, he was like just describing like a lease option or something.
Right.
I did tell him that I was a wholesaler.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was like, yeah, no, that's fine. I don't want to sell. And I was like, is it because I'm a wholesaler? Would you prefer an agent? Because I can also connect you with an agent. And he just was like, no, if I wanted the agent, I would have did that already. Me and my partners, something about him and his partners. But he just was like, yeah, nah, this is not going to work for us. And, he appreciated me calling.
Yeah.
But then
Go ahead.
So, but then when I came back, so yesterday, I guess, where I got my system through, I guess they was updating the system. So my system was down, basically, all day yesterday, which was the 15th. So when I talked to him, it was on a Sunday, and he reached out again Monday. Well, I mean, he reached out again. No, I talked to him on a Saturday. He reached out, whatever. All I know is I go to my system and I seen that basically he sent out another text yesterday.
Uh-huh.
And he was telling me about, all 3 properties or whatever. So I'm so confused when it comes down to talking to these owners like that, because I'm like, okay, because I'm still new and I'm working so hard to try to get a deal. So I don't even really know how to.
Are you planning to be an investor at some point? Like, as far as besides wholesaling strategy, is your goal to be an investor?
Yes.
The first day that I was a car salesman, I didn't sell a car, or the second or third day, or the week later, or 2 weeks later, but my title was still a car salesman. You get what I'm getting to? And so if you have goals of being an investor, but you haven't picked up your first investment property, does that mean you're not an investor?
No.
So you should start telling people I'm an investor. Yeah, wholesaling is one of my strategies for sure. I have it all the time. There's some people you can't overcome, right? But if you let them know, yeah, I'm an investor. I do wholesale. That shouldn't even matter, because the end goal is to get it sold. What I don't buy and keep on my plate, I'm not going to lose. That's a dumb mistake as a business owner. Why would I throw away opportunity to make money on something? Yo, that's right, Carlos. Yeah, let's look at it. Yeah, and here's the thing. I might wholesale your property, just to let you know. I might keep it. I'll actually let you know at the end of this. If you can bring it back with some confidence, reassure them that what would that matter if I'm a wholesaler or not? I get the job done. I've wholesaled multiple deals. I also buy properties. Doesn't mean, look, yeah, I'm a business owner. I do a lot of lead generation. Should I throw away deals, or should I get paid like a business owner? Get paid like a business owner. But that's what I'm doing. I wholesale deals, yes, but I buy a lot. You can start just implementing that you're the end buyer. You know, I am an investor. That's one way to, you know, to try to help yourself out. Just so I know a lot of newer wholesalers, they get a little bit discouraged when people bring them down like that. There's ways to overcome that shit too. It's just a little bit of confidence.
Okay.
Let me call this one seller back for Dustin real quick. He just called me.
Okay.
Let me hear this voicemail. Yo. It's right here on the live calls right now. What are you doing? Yeah, we're still calling. Come in. I'll call Penny in a little bit. I got a couple calls before you though.
Okay, no worries. I'm just making some rounds. I gotta take a big client out, do some shopping for some houses, but I won't be back home till probably after 6.
Oh, okay. No rush. I'll still call her.
Okay, cool. Keep me updated. Thanks.
All right. Do you want me to call her on here, or do you want me to call with you?
Want to call in there and then just have it recorded.
All right. No matter. I can call you. No matter. All right. All right. Bye-bye. All right. Let me call this guy back.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, Nathan?
Hey, Carlos, how's it going?
Man, I'm good. Yourself?
Good.
That's good.
I don't know if you got my message, but can we talk with my wife at 3 o'clock tomorrow?
Oh, 3 p.m. Yeah, no problem at all. 3 p.m. tomorrow.
That would be killer.
How was your day? What you got going on?
Oh, I was just hauling dirt and moving. I had 45 feet of swing set in the very back. I had 2 towers, 3 slides, 4 swings. It was actually just shit. My father-in-law got paid to haul off, and
you just took out a whole playground.
Yeah, we had quite the playground out here for the kids, for sure.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. That's awesome. So
yeah, it was good. Just a little old and rickety. If I sprayed it or stained it, it might have been okay, but I don't know.
Right.
It's probably almost more of a hazard than
exactly.
most people don't want to take care of and throw screws in or a board here and there.
Got to just get it out the way.
Don't worry about it. Leave it alone. Just walk over it, please. Thank you. I'll clean it up later. Don't worry about it. I'll talk to her about it. It's fine. It's fine. I know, but we'll deal with it.
Oh, that's good.
Other-
What I'll do is, Nathan, I'll call you tomorrow at 3 p.m., okay?
Okay, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, you enjoy your evening.
She gets off early tomorrow, so.
Sweet. All right, cool. I look forward to talking to you and Cindy, okay?
Thanks, Carlos.
All right, you have a good night. Bye. Dustin, that's gonna be in the bag tomorrow. We're gonna lock that one up. It's a done deal. He loves me.
Building that rapport, man, it's huge.
You see how I just chop it up? Like, that's it. How we talk,
Yeah.
same thing with them. You can build that, like, you can be open to being like that, like comfortable on the phones. You'll have a shot going further. So Renee, back to this Andrew guy. Do I just call him up and do my thing like I'm not introducing you as you introduce me to him type of thing? Do I call him like a cold call, or do I just, you don't mind me saying, hey, Renee, you spoke with my associate Renee or my partner Renee, type of thing?
Yeah, you could do it like that. Yeah.
Is there a certain property that you did have that I can look at so I can reference it? Oh, wait, never mind. You know what? My dumbass is right here, 1168. Okay, let me go ahead and pull this up. I'm calling first, see if he answers.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Andrew? This is Carlos. How you doing, man? I'm good. Did I catch you at a bad time? You have a few minutes. Cool. Yeah, you had spoken with my associate Renee about this property you have off of Mill Lake Circle. Just wanted to touch base. I usually underwrite the deals and write the checks. I wanted to see if you're still open and selling it. Right on. And so I'll just, run by this briefly. I don't have all the opportunity to buy every deal because sometimes it just don't make sense to me. In this scenario, right, me being a business owner and how I purchase properties, I look for properties that need a little bit of work. So I buy them in the as-is condition, meaning I get a little bit of a discount from market price, put money into it, and then flip it for a profit. Knowing that, would you rather sell to me, or are you looking to put this on the market and maximize on it?
Discount. And I consider it just simply because I've stuck a lot of money into the house. It has a new roof, new gutters, exterior's been painted. Other work I've done to it, cutting trees down before the pandemic, that cost me a couple grand. So
yeah,
really
I get you.
depends, on what you're looking for, and what your number's going to be.
Okay, that's totally fine. And so let's say that you like the number that we agreed to. How long do you need, I guess, to move some of the stuff out? Oh, nice.
What I've got to do on my end.
Okay, got you. Are those tenants month to month?
I think the guys from month to lease, but if I need to terminate the lease, so
Okay, and what are they currently paying rent?
well,
Okay, 12.25. And would you say that's a little bit under market, or is that around market?
I haven't done anything to raise anyone ever since anyway, so. But yeah, no, you're probably somewhere in the 1,550 to 1,700 range on that property at the current market rents from what I've seen.
Okay, I'm just bringing it up real quick on my laptop so I can take a look at it. I just want to make sure I got the right build on it. So let's see. Is this a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom?
It's 3-bed, 3-bath.
Okay, 3-bed, 3-bath, and does 1,800 square feet sound about right? Okay, and then since you've had these tenants in there for the last few years pre-pandemic, they've been good on rents and everything? Okay, and have you maybe updated the property prior to them moving in, or what's the current condition of it?
Like I said, I did it, change place of gutters, HVAC, ran some of that work, to have a split system, separate thermostats for upstairs and downstairs, since it's a 2-story, so I've done, just expensive capital improvements to it, but I haven't done anything to the bathrooms.
Yeah, like all the services and everything's maintained well. It just needs a little bit of cosmetic repair, right? Got you. Okay, cool. I'm just bringing up. I'm trying to find some comps. Actually, I can't find anything real recent in the neighborhood that's sold. Let me see.
Yeah, it's not in the subdivision. It's just really small, so you basically have to go out. There's comps in the Main Street subdivision vicinity that's within a mile and a half. That's right around the corner, but that specific subdivision pretty much is just very small, and you're not going to find really much there. You just got to kind of go out.
Yeah, so in scenarios like this, I go a little further out. So I guess let me ask you this. Knowing a little bit of condition, a little bit of work. I don't know the market too well, and don't know how much investor activity is out there. But I guess in this scenario, what type of number are you looking for something like this?
Look, it's from what I've seen, market values are probably in what I've seen with comps. And I know the area. They're probably upwards in the 270s or so, give or take. To leave some on the table for you to put a little money into it for cosmetic work and to make some money, I'd probably say, I probably need to get somewhere in the 230, 235 range.
Okay. And I actually have taken a look. I found some that sold like earlier in the year, and I found some for 205, 285. I did see for one for 270. So I do see those numbers to be true. I see one for 290.
Yeah, there are upwards. I mean, that's what the square footage, and the comps you're probably looking at that I've seen are for small square footage. I've seen stuff going.
There's one for 285 around the same square foot as yours, and then there's one for 290 that's like 300 square feet less than yours.
Yeah.
Cool. So as a cash investor, those numbers wouldn't work for me just for the fact that if I need to sell it for 300 or 330 after using my hard money and then my minimum commission and renovation, this wouldn't make sense. And where it would be, I know it might not work with you, but where it would make sense for me on something like this would be closer to like 170, 75. Does that number even work with you? All right, and I don't expect you to work with me on something like that. Have you considered listing this property?
Probably close to full retail, just by probably dumping about 10 grand into it.
Right.
Which eventually I might do, but I've been not in any rush, and with the money I've stuck into, I'm not gonna just fire sell it off in the 170s or 180s or 200.
Right. What if so I when I don't buy cash, it doesn't rule me out completely as a buyer, it just rules me out using my own cash. But there are ways that I can pay more for properties. It's on a term basis. If I were to come up to closer to your asking price, would you sell me the property on terms?
But I still have a loan that
Actually, the way I've been purchasing property, so when you have a mortgage in place, it's called a subject to existing mortgage, and whatever's equity is called seller finance. And here's a scenario. I just purchased this property in Tunnel Hill, Georgia. So I buy everywhere, California, Georgia. So I bought one in Tunnel Hill, Georgia, where the property was close to $100,000. They owed 79 in a mortgage, and it was like 100 grand. So I did it where I paid $10,000 down. I owe them around $20,000 in equity, and I take over their mortgage with the payment. And so I make that payment to the mortgage. At the same time, I make a payment to their equity, and then I take whatever is left when I rent this out and rent it out to a tenant. So it's possible. I've done it multiple times. I have a lot of homes where I purchase on a seller finance type of thing, which is just you and I come into an agreement and saying, hey, I could pay you this much money. But for me to pay this high, I just need to make money each month on it. So whatever you're charging me, this needs to be less so then I can cash flow on what I can charge a tenant.
So looking to do an all sell to someone for retail value pretty much, so I'd have to do an exchange. Or else I'm gonna have tax implications. So it's just
Well, right here too, there wouldn't be tax implications since you wouldn't be selling it cash. You would just be, if you wanted money down or not, right? And then monthly payments. So you'll save more in the long run this way, managing. And instead of being a landlord, you'd upgrade the position to a lender.
I understand that. I used to be in a lending firm pretty much.
Okay. No, you got it. Mm-hmm. Well, even better. Yeah, even better. You know the game.
Three or four different buyers.
Got you. I should have asked you what your goals were at first, huh?
Finance them basically, just collect more money with interest. So,
well, 100%. No, you know the game. You know the name of the game, and I should ask you your goal with the money. But yeah, so mine's last resort. I'd love for you to do it your way. Go if you needed to sell it. I know you're not in a rush. sell it cash. And if, you know, we're to come to a point where you just couldn't, I'm still here to buy it on terms.
Yeah, calls every couple of days on stuff, pretty much just for my various properties. It just doesn't make sense to where, like I said, if I saw one, you know, to each different investor that I've got, it's a timing issue for me. So having to find one investor buy multiple properties so I can raise enough cash to do an exchange.
How many properties do you have, and how many are you looking to sell in a bundle?
There's enough cash. Like I said, I mean, if the numbers aren't working on this one, they're certainly not going to work on the other ones because, like you said, you've got enough, have enough spread there to do what you need to do and make money. So, and for me to just take a massive discount when I can probably spend 5 to 10 grand in each property, put them on the market retail and get, you know, get more of the top end, maybe not full retail, but I get, you know, more of the top end. So, you know, not only have to pay probably about 2.5%, you know, brokerage commission fee pretty much because my partners has the brokerage side of the firm pretty much. So just pay selling commissions pretty much to the buyer's agent.
Yeah, you know what? You're right about if it didn't make sense right now, I would make the other ones. Yeah, because we do like portfolios as well where we do cash. I just syndicate the money, but. Yeah, you know what? You're most likely going to be right. It probably won't still make sense.
Yeah, no, if it doesn't work on one, it won't work on the other. You know, plus it's not going away anytime soon. And then next year, you know, it's next year pretty much. You know, worst case, if I can't get the 230s or 240 today, for example, I'll get it next year. Inflation's going to go through. So
yeah,
none of this, none of what the government's doing is going to change anytime soon. The major market, so there's just all kinds of big money, and these are. I think near opportunity zone areas, so then you got hedge fund money from Wall Street coming in to further capital gains and buying in these areas and just drive prices up. So
those would be definitely the guys to pay higher price for sure. Those Wall Street guys and hedge funds. I work with them too. Cool. Then, well, you know what? I obviously am not going to be your buyer here, and I thank you so much for your time, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, take it easy. Bye. Well, there was that one, Renee.
Right. Well, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I have another one as well in Albany, but I know you have others to get to. But the one in Albany, he's similar. He put in a little work on it, but they had it as a daycare.
Well, the difference with this other guy we just talked to, Andrew, he's not only just a landlord, like an average landlord. He owns multiple properties, and he owns a tax business or whatever he said. He's actually pretty versed in this, and so that's why it was easy for me to flow with him. Once my ass should ask him what his goals were with the money, so I could have found out. Oh well, I'm looking to 1031 this into a commercial property. Then it would have got me quicker to okay, well fuck, this might not make sense into you because you're gonna need to sell a few homes just to put all of that into the commercial. So then I'd have to look at it as cash, but still he's right. I wouldn't pay if the numbers didn't make sense now, they're gonna be pretty much the same on the other homes, where I'm gonna need like 30 to 50 grand difference to make it make sense, at least for my current buy box, right? Mm-hmm. And so, you know, like, hey, how he said hedge funds on Wall Street, he's versed, he knows what's up. He's like, those guys will pay. You're right, you know what's up. That's that.
Mm-hmm. And that's how I felt when I talked to him. I'm like, oh yeah, he definitely knows what's up. You know,
he speaks very softly though on the mic. If I could barely hear him, I'm pretty sure you guys barely able to hear him. I seen Julian put the speaker closer. That was as close as could be. He just was very far away or not on there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
No problem. We'll call the other leader now in a little bit. Just time's up for 7.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Let's see. Casey, what's cracking on it? What gosh damn, where did you learn all this? The car business, bro. The car business is the game that taught me how to rebuttal very fast, since you're sitting there in front of them. And like, imagine that guy. Imagine that you're like new in the car business And I'm a savvy guy like that guy, and I bought 100 cars before meeting you. So I sit down and you're like,
Let me just stop you there.
money.
Robert Winsley, who's created multi-millionaires with InvestorLift, right?
Uh-huh.
That all the goats in the industry came from an industry like car sales, where they have to back do sales over and over all along year. They're just crushing out, closing. So those are the guys you want to hire for acquisitions. And you're definitely proving that right now. And that just goes to show that you're going to be one of the next goats.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, Ben and I were both together at the same Ford. He was responsible. I wasn't. You know, he deserved to earn his income and be a top producing salesman. I was a great negotiator because my brother, he was a closer there, and now he's in finance. So I learned a lot of my strength from him. Because just like him teaching me what I teach you guys on the closing, where, oh shit, he makes it sound easy. It's because it is easy for him. So he taught me all of that. It's just that I partied hard, partied way too hard, and
Right, story of my
never.
life. Story of my
Story
life.
of everybody's life. I drank too fucking much and just couldn't hold it down.
No more though, not anymore. G, we got this, you know?
Yeah, no longer doing that, so I can kick ass. But you know, the great thing is I never sold more than 6 cars in the car business. Most times I was at 1 to 2 to 3 cars. I partied hard.
A month?
A month. That's it. Dude, Ben was doing like 7.
If you can do that with houses, you're golden.
Yeah, with houses. But look at, like, Ben would do, 12, 15, 17 cars a month. I'm over here doing 2, 3. We work together now. You get me?
There you go.
We work together at the car business. So he did fairly well right there. Pretty good actually. And I never did. But now that I'm more responsible, I take everything that I did learn from my brother and all the push that the car business did teach me, like how I say, the day's not over. So go close a deal, even if you're excited. You know you're gonna make a fucking pounder. A pounder is like a big gross, a big net profit to you.
Always.
You know you're gonna make a pounder. We get all excited, like, oh, let's go get some beers real quick, while they're drafting up the documents in finance. And then I would go and get fucked up, and then I would pull out
I've
a little
been that
bag,
guy, bro. I was there.
pull a little bag out, and
Always.
get blown out, bro.
You already
And
know.
be
I
like,
was
I
grinding.
can't
It
talk.
helps with the sales and the fucking whatever. You're just grinding. I get it, bro. I used to be. It was all about that.
Yeah, and then that was like every single day from Chevrolet, GMC.
Now I'm over here
Cadillac.
I'm pounding these guys.
Founders all day.
Kombucha. Oh, I don't even know what the fuck this is, but it's fucking
Kombucha,
fire.
trilogy.
And now I'm over here pounding these fucking jugs of water and like eating avocados and shit, bro. It's the craziest shit ever, but I feel fucking.
Feel great. Yeah, feel much better, bro.
Swear to God, all my kids, bro. It's the dopest shit being healthy.
Yeah, I smoke a lot of greens, eat a lot of greens. Greens are a big part of my diet.
All natural, boy.
Yeah.
You though, Carlos, you're a beast, dude, and you're really an inspiration to many, dude. And like I've learned a lot from you, even like, and I've been doing sales and running sales teams for a decade and whatever. But I noticed that your key to this is that you actually create a friend with these people and like keep it real on a whole nother level that most people aren't willing to open up to. And that's really the key in any sales, is finding the emotion and what's really driving them to want to get to that next step. And you've really secured that. And that's why you're going to do really fucking well with this, I think.
Here's a scenario for me. Maybe you guys can see it this way if you're a little bit nervous on the phones. I'm just going to relate it to like the day that I started dancing, because I remember how nervous I was to dance in front of people. I always thought people were going to make fun of me. That's what we always think, right? We overanalyze. Same thing on the phone. Maybe we feel like we're going to get crushed on the phone, or right here in live call, we might get embarrassed if we fuck up or don't
But
sound
for
as good.
everybody that doesn't want to fuck with you, there's 10 more people that are going to fuck with you tough. if You kept it real with them.
But what I'm getting to is this, like the first day that I decided I was going to dance, because I remember how nervous I was. I remember like all these guys and girls, I don't know how to dance at that moment. I was thinking that. So I was overanalyzed and was already thinking, what are they going to think of me? Am I going to mess up and fuck up and not dance as good? And they're going to make fun of me. But then it snapped in my head. I was drinking right there at my friend's house. And when I was younger, I was like 16, 17 at this time. And I remember when I was looking at people dancing, because I was thinking, I was looking at people dancing, no matter how bad it looked or how good it looked, I never made fun of the person. I didn't even give a fuck, you know? And that's what made it snap in my head. Oh, wow, put myself in their shoes. So when I go out and dance, I know that if I make eye-to-eye contact with other people, it's just because I'm on the dance floor and they're just looking, but they're not really giving a fuck. And I went on and I danced, and now you catch me dancing anywhere, with music, without music, with people around, without people around, built my own confidence. But what I was getting to is that's the same thing right here, like on the phone part. if you can just imagine, you're not going to say anything wrong on the phone to really fuck up your business, then fuck what they think. Because in reality, if you were in their shoes and you remember if somebody was professional or not, you might have noticed it, but it didn't really bother you. Right. And so that's where I'm at now, where that's why I tell you, you have to be, you have to be authentic.
Money for them, they want to hear what you have to say, no matter how you sound.
Yeah, you have to be authentic is really what it is. Just as far as if you can be comfortable, imagine how comfortable it is when you come in and we're chopping it up and you just feel like, yeah, this guy's chill. Compared to like, hey, sir, how you doing? All super stiff, and you can still use those professional words.
No, bro, I had that deal I'm closing on, and the seller was saying exactly that. He's like, I just respect the fact that you kept it real and you weren't like trying to, like, basically he was saying all the other investors he's worked with were shady and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I was trying to tell him like, well, I don't think that they're shady. They just didn't understand how to work this deal because it does have a kind of a shitty payment and it's not the best deal. But, you know, they actually respect you being real. Like, I've talked to this seller about some shit that I wouldn't talk to a lot of people about, you know, and like, he's completely like in love with me. It's the weirdest shit, bro. It's the greatest feeling, him saying, thank you. I appreciate you. You're, you know, helping me get to the next level. This dude's a boss, bro. He's got 3 wives or whatever that live in his house with him in Iowa. And he's like, just motherfucker ever, bro. Like, what? Like, I don't even know, dude. It's like, he's dope. And like, we keep it real. And like,
Errol Baskin.
We're just helping real people, bro. And the more that we realize that, you know?
Yeah.
People buy from who they like.
It's nuts.
Dude, 100% people will buy from others they like how who said that, Julian?
Yeah.
It's the truth, man. There are some people that don't want to buy with you because you might look like their ex. Swear to God.
Literally,
they might not like your persona. You might look like you're confident from a distance, and they might not like working with confident people like that. And
Carlos and Josh, let me pitch this to you all too, because the guy I was telling, not Ron, but the couple that the seller financing one, they actually just called me back, so I was talking with them on the phone. So this property, so basically I'm offering them $25,000, right? I'm offering them $25,000. They said they want half down and half later, but they said that they're open to doing half down up front and the other half in 2 years with no payments. So we would have to, there would be no payments for 2 years.
Okay.
Okay. So I can even give you guys the address. It's 716 Ward Street, Dayton, Ohio, 45417. So it's a 2-bedroom, 1 bathroom, you know, 1,200 roughly square foot house. The ARV on the house is only 5560. That's what makes it really difficult. But they are truly desperate, and they know that they can't lease on a realtor, because I was just talking with them, and I even suggested to them, I was like, hey, you know, I'm probably not gonna be the best buyer for you. You can definitely list it on a, you know, with a realtor, they probably can get you guys more money. And it was like, well, no, because it's gonna take too long, and we know that it's gonna be too much of a hassle. They're gonna have to fix with the house. It was like, you know, you're gonna buy it as is. I'm like, yeah, that's right. So they want 12 and a half down up front. And then basically we pay out the remainder of the offer, which is 12.5, 2 years. So there's no payments at all for 2 years.
2 years, yeah.
Now I'm estimating the rehab budget based off of what they told me. So obviously I haven't seen the property yet because I'm not local. I know it's gonna need the kitchen, bathroom updated, pretty much just cosmetics. And if you keep it as a rental, it probably won't have to be a super expensive rehab. I would think maybe 25, 30 at most. So what, you be all in initially for, what's that, 12 and a half? You be all in for 42 and a half, and then possibly the ARV is 55 to 60. And you would have to make no payments for 2 years.
Do you know the rental rate out there?
For a 2-bedroom, 1 bathroom, I looked at Zillow estimate, it says 880, so I would think 900. 850 to 900.
So cash flow $900 every month without them being there.
Yep. The only thing you would have to pay for it is what, just taxes and insurance, and I guess you want to have a safety net out of that. So
yeah, right.
Cash flow, what, about $565 per month?
Yeah, probably more. Yeah.
Probably more. So we can even draft it like this, like where, because that could make sense since we're not making a payment, so we can cash flow, and we only owe 12.5. We'll owe a lender in there. You can also write it like where, and we don't make the first payment until we start cash flowing. Meaning after we renovate it and then get a tenant in there, we'll make our first payment when we receive our first payment.
Yeah.
So we can give them
That's not-
12 down. Oh, actually, wait. We're not making payments to them, right?
No, we're not making payments at all. You
Oh,
wouldn't
okay.
make-
That doesn't even matter, actually. Cool, because we're not making payments at all. So
we just have our lender payment.
we just have our lender payment.
So I'm looking at the cash on cash return. The cash on cash is like roughly 10%, like it's like 9.93. And that's even with my fee included in that. And I'm not even doing a crazy fee. I think I would do like a $5,000 fee on that. Because if the rehab budget, let's say, actually I did the math wrong. If the rehab budget is 30, down payment is 12.5. Actually, let me fix my assignment a little bit here. If my assignment, say, obviously we could talk about it afterwards, but closing rehab's 30, down payment 12.5, your cash flowing about 565 per month, which puts you at 6780. Your cash on cash return is like 12.73%.
Not bad. It's not bad.
And the biggest thing is just no payments. Like that's what's going to help seal the deals, that you have no payments for 2 years. So even if you don't refinance it right away, you have time to refinance it, and then you have like literally no payments to.
The thing is, like when I use a lender in there, might have to think if he's giving me 6 months or a year, but doesn't want to give me 2 years, he or she, how do we exit that game? How do we exit them? Meaning, like, let's say we put down 12.5, so then we owe just 12.5.
Yep.
So at all in at $25,000 purchase price. Well, we need 30 grand is what you're saying to renovate it. So I'm gonna need.
It just depends on how much you want to do it, because it's going to be a rental most likely. And then I know
How big
Josh
is it?
knows it's 1,112 square feet.
That's not too big. So
And Dayton's not a real
yeah,
nice
we don't have to upscale it. It could just be
No,
like,
not at all.
like
Not at all.
painted and like certain things changed. Okay, so maybe not 30 grand, maybe like 20 grand,
I say
whatever.
20, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, and I'm not really the best at estimating because everybody's rehab numbers are different. So if you put 20 grand into it, you probably could make it a good enough rental. You probably can get like the top value rent. And then if you do a $20,000 rehab, now your cash on cash is 15%.
Now, could we get somebody to come in, say we do that rehab, we get a lender. Could we get someone to come in and maybe do like a long-term? And
Like a wrap, you
it?
think?
And then they could
A
come
wrap
in.
wouldn't work.
They could,
Wrap wouldn't work because you only have 2 years with them, because so a wrap, the way it works is you want to have a term that makes sense for an end buyer. So 2 years, you're gonna tell an end buyer to give you some money and then clear you in 2 years, meaning that, hey, they also have to be available, they have to be open and available and capable to be able to pay you in those 2 years, meaning they gotta sell this, they gotta refinance themselves. So you have to figure that out. So wraps, I usually like going longer for the fact that it's a homeowner, it's not an investor. So they're gonna need to be in there and actually have a real term on there. Now, when you sell the note is no longer owned by the original person who gave you the term. So now the term is an actual long term. A note holder will hold the note for 20, 30 years. So that was one way, but it won't work because we're already gonna get up to and over the ARV price. And I can only charge 10, 20 grand more than the ARV price on a wrap. But then I won't make money for myself because I got to give the note buyer 10 to 12% off and then pay out the lenders their fee on top of whatever they gave me. I see this could possibly be a deal. They just got to be willing to give us longer term, maybe 2 years, no payments, and then another few years on there with payments.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. So do 2 years, no payments, but then you start making payments after the 2 years.
instead of
When you're longer term, the economy's going to come down.
I mean, it's an inexpensive property. It just that at the same time, I don't know if the person buying it has all the money for it, and if they're gonna have any issues in 2 years. It's not
Exactly.
expensive, is what makes me think that it's possible.
And I'm trying to think of the area. I mean, I know Dayton's a street by street basis. In this particular area, hasn't really seen the appraised value go up, but I don't know what that's going to be like in 2 to 3 years. It could be, could not be. Just never know.
Yeah.
It's so low. Like that's the thing.
Look at like when you get a lender in there, here's the big question for me. After you renovate it, start cash flowing. Let's say your lender gives you 6 months. How do we get them out? Right? Because we can't sell it for market price if we're over the market price of all in. If we're at 25, let's say the amount of money down to them is 12.5, right? So I'm buying it for 25. So a lender's giving me 12.5. So then it brings it down to 12.5 is the remaining balance. So in reality, let's look at it at 12.5. We're looking at it just at 12.5 because the lender's giving us 12.5. Then if I need 5,000 or whatever to your fee, then let's say 20 grand. So there's 25 on top of 12.5. That's like 30 something thousand.
Yeah, we're gonna need like 50.
Yeah,
Lender.
we're gonna need money. And so for that reason alone, I need a long term if this is gonna make sense. We can pay more, but it's just that we're gonna need a longer term.
What long term are you thinking of? Like 10 years?
The thing is, it's such a small number, like $900 a month over 10 years is what probably more than that. Let's see, 900.
Oh, that's way more than that. Mhm.
Yeah, that's like 100 G's, $108,000. So maybe not, but maybe like 5 years.
And then see, I don't know if they'd be willing to wait 5 years to get the remainder. Maybe if we offer them payments after 2 years, but like how much payments? Like you don't want to be paying them just like, I mean, if you offer them payments, then that pretty much would just pay down the remainder of the loan pretty much.
Yes, it does. And it's not like the payments are even, it's not like their PITI when they had this house was probably a lot. So their payment was probably $200-300 anyways. So that's what they can get in return as well.
And that way we could probably start making payments quicker than 2 years too, though, right?
What I need to do is you've had to find out how to pay your lender off. That's the biggest question.
Yeah, this is a little unique situation just because the ARV is so low and
Yeah, it just wouldn't make sense actually, because there's no way to pay your lender out. There's no way. If you're paying the ARV, there's no way for you to get a lender paid out. Yeah, you can pay him payments, but your lender isn't going to give you 2-3 years for 20 grand or 30 grand. They're not going to do that.
Exactly.
Unless you have like a wealthy lender that is real wealthy and has a lot of money to deploy, then that makes sense. But most lenders I ran into, have 20 to 100 grand, and they need to use that throughout the year.
The biggest thing is they need the money to purchase a trailer. So they're going to move out of this house and move it to a trailer. They told me the trailer's 9,000. They need a little bit of extra money to pay to furnish it. So that's where the 12.5 is coming from.
Why don't we just give them a 15 grand total and call it a day?
Right.
Would you do a 15K cash on this?
No, not 15K cash, but 15K maybe like give them where are we at? 12.5. Yeah, so we're gonna give them 12.5 out of that. But I'd rather give them 12.5 off of 15K. And then 25. It just seems like a shitty deal, to be honest. Seems like it's not gonna do
Kind of
well.
does. The
The
more we're
cash flow
talking
can
about it,
seem
I just
full.
don't see
Yeah.
how it would work.
Yeah, fuck that deal. Let's move on to the next.
All right, cool. Well, I appreciate brainstorming because I was like, is there any way for this to work? Because obviously I do want to help them out genuinely too, because they both have health issues and the house, they just need to get rid of it. So I'm like, is there any way I can make this work?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Nah, I don't know. I don't think so. That's me. Maybe my mentor can see something, but I just know it's. Is there land? A lot of land?
Let me see.
Like, is there enough acreage to subdivide and put a mobile home on? And then create a note and then sell the note.
I'm looking at the house right now. No, not really.
All right. Well, cool. I'm gonna pass on that deal at least for right now. Let me go over to Jesus. What's cracking, G?
Hey, what's up, man? Did you get my message?
I seen it. Yeah. What's up? Just got the phone with Jim. Let's call
Yeah,
it.
I just got off the phone with him. I called him on last Thursday, and you know, he said he had almost forgotten about me. That he said that he thought that someone was gonna get back to him, but I figured out the number situation. So I got
Okay.
the right number. If you want me, do you want me to type it in the chat, or do you want me to just
Did you update it in the notes over here or no?
in the Podio?
Yeah.
I don't have access to that lead yet.
Oh, got you. Okay. Well, what's the number?
It's 408 area code
Okay.
971 2289.
Okay. So yeah, totally different number.
Yeah, for sure.
It sounds like it has an Arizona area code. Seems like okay. Let's see, Jim. And then let's see, what's the scenario again? Money. Oh,
Yeah,
okay. So he needs some money, right?
yeah, he's the one with the issue with his mother and father out in Korea.
Okay. Let's give this guy a call. Let me call him up. Today was cool to call him back.
Yeah, he was actually asking me if he had like a specific time that you were gonna call him back, but I just told him I'll give him a text and pretty much let him know if we were gonna be able to call him or not. So I already did.
Okay. I feel like I've seen this deal. Oh, it's because of I have seen that deal. I'm stupid, bro. It's 972 square feet. And that's 408-971-2289, right?
What was that?
The phone number is 408-971-2289.
Yeah, 408-971-2289.
All right, cool. Let me call this guy up.
Name is Jim.
Jim Rohn, my boy. Hey, what's up, Jim? This is Carlos with Left Coast Buyers. How are you, man? Good. You had spoken with my my coworker and my associate Jesus.
Yeah, the thing is, I can't hear you clearly. Just, I mean, just our phone, because I mean, Holland is not good, so I can't barely hear you.
Oh, okay. You can't hear me? Is this better? Sorry, I had it on speaker and I was doing some other stuff. Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
That's totally fine as long as you just have a few minutes. I just wanted to touch base with you really quick and see if you're still looking to sell it.
So that's the only reason you called me today?
No, I'm actually here trying to negotiate with you. I just wanted to see, hey, you're still looking to sell it, and if so, what number can we come to an agreement on? So just needed a few minutes. My name's Carlos with Left Coast Buyers.
Carlos, okay. Yeah, I believe I talked with you on.
Not yet. I've tried to call you a couple times. I left you a voicemail. You've spoken with Jesus, and you might have spoken with Edith or Yuval.
Okay, yeah, I'm extremely busy these days, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. So if the price is right, yeah, I'll just close it as soon as possible. But if the price is not right, I don't want to spend my time on it. Okay, so.
Yeah, me neither. I don't want to waste your time or mine.
Without nothing, for nothing. So I don't want. A lot of calls. From you. Even if I kind of so I'm tired of it.
Dude, 100%.
I'm sick and tired of it, okay?
Let me be the last one. Let me be the last guy that calls you so we can figure this out together. Okay, so just wanted to ask so I don't waste any more of your time or mine because we might not be your buyer, right? So here's my business model. I look to buy properties that need a little bit of work, meaning I get them for a little bit of a discount, so then I can put money and flip them for a profit. If you were to sell this home, would you rather list this with a realtor so you can get the most for it? Or would you be willing to work with me and sell it to me in the as-is condition so I get a little bit of a discount?
Give me the number. I'll decide, okay? Give me the number, then I'll just think about that and I'll give you a call within a couple.
Got you. It sounds more like you would rather go the market. That's why I wanted to ask you, because I still have questions about the condition and things like that. So I can give you a number since I haven't actually seen it in person, which I don't mind. It's just, that's why I wanted to ask you, would you rather sell to a realtor and on the market, or would you rather work with me?
I don't want to answer to the same question over and over again.
Okay, well then let me switch up the answer. How much money, and let me switch up the question. How much money are you looking for?
I have no idea. I haven't put this on market. I have no idea about that. You are a professional. You know better than me.
Right. I mean, I buy nationwide, so I look everywhere. So I might know a little bit of something you don't, but I'm looking at your house now. It's the first time I actually get on the phone with you. I don't want to waste your time or mine because I buy homes every day as well. I don't need to put you in a rush or anything. It's what I'm getting to is it seems like you're not in a rush. You don't need to sell it. And if you did, you'd most likely want to get market price. You probably wouldn't want to work with me is what it sounded like. You don't sound like you're really motivated to sell it anyways.
Okay, yeah, thanks so much. This point, yeah, I mean, we should end this call at this point of time, okay? Thanks so much, sir, okay? I mean, please tell them, please don't call me.
Well, what number do you want so I can see if it works for me, right? Because me being a cash offer, I don't mind giving you a quick number. This is what I see. Okay, well, I'll tell you what I see. I'll tell you what my idea, right? So I don't waste any more of your time. I see one home similar to yours that sold 2 years ago for $455,000. I wouldn't be near that number. I would be a lot less than that number on your home. Where would you need to be at? Does that make sense for you? Under 400,000? Because I don't see any good comps.
Just give me the number. Okay, I mean, it should be so simple. I mean, I got a call from Hazard 3 or 4 times. You are the fourth or fifth call. Why? I mean, you are just wasting your time. I mean, don't beat around the bush. Okay, let's just cut to the chase.
You might have talked to everybody else, but you haven't talked to me. I'm not beating around the bush. I'm giving you straight up answers. I'm over here throwing numbers at you. You're just telling me that you're actually repeating yourself way more than I repeat myself. I'm just telling you that, hey, I'm open. Yeah, yes. Listen, it sounds like we're more arguing for 10 minutes. I know you had 10 minutes, but it sounds like you're arguing. I don't even need to buy the home. I buy a lot of homes. I don't want to waste your time, but it sounds like I am. So if we need to, just hang up the phone, we can do that. I'm just literally trying to buy your house. Yeah, take it easy. Bye. All right, there's that one. That didn't go too well, did it, Jesus?
Yeah, he's been really aggravated, man.
All right, dude, you can kiss my ass. Okay.
Maybe he's having a bad day.
That's what it is, but whatever. I'll call him back in a week. Maybe give him like a couple weeks so he doesn't get so pissed, but I'll call him back.
Sounds good, brother. I appreciate it anyways.
Yeah, no problem. Put little notes real quick. Do you guys ever get in scenarios like that where you guys get a seller like this and you get stuck or no? Anybody? You think maybe I shouldn't answer the way I did, or you think it was fine?
No, I just had to hardball a guy the other day. It was a FSBO that I called, and I've actually called him numerous times because he kind of cold shouldered me the first time, And it was about price and that, and the same thing where I didn't want to give him a number and he didn't want to give me a number. And then, so I just kept putting it on him. And then he said he was busy, he didn't have time and And then, so I called him back the next day and then went same runaround. And now we've been texting back and forth, but he still hasn't given me a number. So I'm just now I'm just playing his game.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, in scenarios like that, like it's just really like really waste. Maybe I could have been a little bit more polite at the end, but maybe I could have just hung up the phone a lot sooner too.
And it's a house that
you're arguing with him for so long. It's just like, remember, we're just here looking for deals. I'm not here. If this is a car business, cool. I'll entertain that shit all day, but it's not. There's no reason for me to go and play that game with him, stir him up for no reason. It's not going to stir me up, but just, I'm going to also match him. I'm going to match his energy. That's all I'm doing. All I did was match his ass. He actually repeated himself 10 times more than I repeated my fucking self. Yeah. Really wasn't one of it. I'll put like 2-3 weeks out. Call him back.
I need to structure this triplex. I'm trying to close this son of a bitch.
Son bitch. What's going on with that one?
I just need to come up with a pretty much an offer for him, like of what'll work. We just need to underwrite it, I think, pretty much. But he's down to sell it. Like I just need to come at him and explain how everything's gonna work and give him the numbers and see if he likes them. But he's ready to be done with it and he wants to go. So
that next step.
Yeah, so I think I mean the PITI on it's only $550 a month. He owes $30K on that mortgage. And then he wants 80 for the place, which I don't think is a bad number because it'll cash flow after I've put about 10K in repairs into it. It's gonna cash flow. It'll make 2,050.
Oh wow, that's good.
Yeah, because it's a triplex. It's two 2-bedrooms and 1 3-bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
One's rented already. The other one is almost completely renovated. Everything's there. It just needs finished, and the other one needs a full reno. So, yeah, I just need to know pretty much how to go about pitching, like letting it, like how does it work? Like, I need to write up like some documents for him and have him look them over.
That's what you want? You just want to draft them up some terms or what?
Well, yeah, and just explain it to him how it works because he doesn't really fully understand. Like I told him, I explained it to him the best I could.
Is there a way to explain it really well is storytelling.
I did that. I explained that, I used like a car example and he understood all that. So he's like, all right, well, whatever. And I was like, so do you want 80 for it? He's like, yeah, 80 or whatever. So he's just ready. That's what I'm saying. I just need to get him the paperwork.
So,
how much money is he looking to get down up front?
Nothing down.
That's a good deal. Great deal. So then all you have to do next is just send him over a purchase sale agreement.
I mean, I don't know. It's going to be a hybrid. It'll be.
What are you missing right now? What do you need to do what's the next step for you to move forward on this?
No, that's what I'm asking.
You're asking me what's next, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be a hybrid. So I'm going to be taking over I'm going to be paying his mortgage.
Yeah.
So that'll be, and so what you say that's through a third party company usually?
No, you don't
Or-
have to tell them that just, right away. I only bring up the third-party servicing company. It's when they have that question. What happens when I want to buy another home for myself in a year or whatever? That's when you tell them, oh, okay, so you're looking to lift up the debt to income ratio, the DTI. So then you can actually get a lender in there. First off, if they make good money, whatever, and they have multiple homes, then they don't need that. They obviously get approved on it. But if in a
I mean, I
scenario-
guess really I just need, I need, I guess I need to close the deal.
then let's do it. Close them.
Yeah, I don't know if let me see if he's busy. Hold on. He might be at work.
Close this fool. He has a problem, it sounds like, and you just got to solve it.
Yeah,
Solve it
well,
with confidence.
that's what he said. He just wants to be done with it. He's sick of being a landlord. He's sick of dealing with it. I graduated with him, and he's my the machine shop that I left from last year. He's my old boss too. So we're homies, like we're buddies. Like,
Oh, this is the deal that a long time ago you had talked about, the triplex.
yeah, yep.
Let's
Dude,
do
even
it. Let's
fucking-
take that shit
even
down.
better. Even better, bro. Close that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's ready to just be done with the son of a bitch. And I said, okay,
You're
let me.
gonna make monthly payments to him?
Yeah, that's see, that's what I was thinking. Like, well, he's only getting, or he's cash flowing like 625 rent right now because he only has one of them rented out. So I was thinking if I give him like even $500 a month for 10 years or $416 a month for 10 years, that'll pay off that 50 grand that I would owe him.
Hey, Josh. So on this one, since you do have to renovate the other ones, this is kind of how I would probably try to pitch it to him. Hey, like, yeah, I'll give you the 80. Let's just say, give me 3 months before I make your first payment or something. That way you go in there, you renovate it, you don't have to be making payments until all of them are ready to go and you start renting all of them.
Okay.
Because the
yeah.
last thing you want to do is have to make the mortgage payment and pay him when you're not renting all 3 properties.
Right,
So give
right.
yourself at least 3 to 4 months maybe before you make the first payment.
Yeah,
And
and I would,
is the tenant in there right now, their payment is actually taking care of the whole mortgage payment, right?
yeah, and some. That's
What they're bringing in 650 right now and their payment's 500 or 550 or what is it?
550 is the whole pity.
So yeah, you can either have it like that, how Ben said it, or in the scenario where, hey, well, it actually wouldn't matter because it's cash flow. You basically take it over and it cash flows $150 a month.
And
straight
I
on
was,
that, and you renovate the other house. So it's like that
Well, I
one
might-
property is helping you out, but you can write it to him where it's like, hey, but I'm not gonna I'm gonna let this tenant pay the bill to you. So I'm not gonna make an equity payment to you or whatever. I'm not gonna make an equity payment until the other 2 properties are cash flowing. So with the tenant that's in place, we'll still pay the mortgage and we'll keep whatever's left. And by the time it's renovated and all 3 are cash flowing, the other 2 properties will also pay equity and your equity payment in there. So you can write it up for like, hey, for the first 90 days, I'm not making an equity payment to you as I only have 1 tenant in there paying enough for just the mortgage. So after the 90th day, we'll start making an equity payment as well to you. Boom.
all right, yeah. I thought about even living in one of them if I have to. I'll just house hack. Because that
You
was
can.
my other.
That'll
that was-
definitely work.
That was my other option, is seeing if I could do a 203K FHA loan and just cash them out get a loan for the whole thing. And because they'll give you, with that 203K, they'll give you a loan on the house and whatever repairs need done. So I don't know. I was trying to think if that might be a better option, and that way he's just done with it. He's cashed out, and I just have one payment. But the stipulation with that is then it has to be my residency, which is fine with me because that's just solves another problem for me.
Yeah. Is that what you'd rather do, is live in it?
Yeah, because then my rent's paid.
It's very true. It's a house hack.
Yeah, like fuck yeah, I would.
So what is the 203K? What is that exactly?
Well, it's a here. Let me look it up.
Right here, Dustin just put it on the side chat. 203K is awesome. My buddy Matt is the go-to guy and influencer on all things 203K.
Dustin, I need your buddy Matt. What do you think about this, Dustin? Then can you jump on the mic? You know much about? I just know a little bit of research that I've done on the 203K. I know it has to be 4 doors or less.
Yeah, it's I don't know too much either. I haven't really picked his head. That's like a whole nother rabbit hole, but it's a great way to get in and obviously pay off if you've got the private money, but also to get in at an entry point into just buying outright all of those. It's an FHA, so it's got low interest below where the current interest rates are, so it's a great entry point no matter what. So
that's what I was thinking, maybe just do that, because his interest rate on his that he's paying on the mortgage already is it's an investor loan. He said it's 7.5 or something, so that's not even good anyways.
No, yeah, definitely not.
Well, I think I could get a lower interest rate with the 203.
Yeah,
the FHA.
Because it is a 203K, you got to go through all the loopholes and stuff. There are ways to make sure that you get through it pretty easy, but yeah, definitely it's a really good asset to use. I'll get you his information for sure.
Yeah, please do.
Just look up the 203K way, like the words or the numerical, and you'll find him. It's Matt Porcaro, the 203K way. Tell him I sent you. He'll hook you up. He'll talk to you.
Can you put his last name? Spell his last name in the chat for me?
Yeah, I'm gonna paste his entire user over right now. There you go.
Thank you, Dustin.
No problem.
Yeah, he's got to be legit if he's the 203K way guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then whatever you do, Josh, just fucking teach us all the 203K way.
Yeah.
So what you put on?
Yeah, I can bring him in here probably one of these days and go over a little bit.
Dude, that would be awesome. Like as soon as possible. Well, I'm gonna hit him up because I want to pull the trigger on this, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I think doing the 203K might be my better route, because then I can get the lower interest rate. I'm gonna get money for all the repairs for it too. I already planned on living in it, so that's a stipulation. Which that meets my criteria too. So I think it's a good idea. What do you think, Carlos?
I know nothing about 203K, so you guys are the wrong motherfucker.
I'm gonna hit Matt.
I know this apple though. This apple's pretty good, and I can tell you that.
There you go. No, I'll
hold your tongue and say that
if you want to, Carlos. I can pop in and just kind of talk a little bit on 203K. He's got all his courses and stuff that he does, as well as his own investment, but he'd be happy to. I'll text him in a second if you want to.
Dude, that'd be sick, bro. Let's set something up where we can give him like an hour or whatever, like or 30 minutes, wherever he needs, and we can set up like a little event.
Yeah, try to get one.
Our house, get some people there so it's educational for a lot of people besides us record it, or if he doesn't want us to record it, whatever.
For sure. Yeah, I'll text him. I'll get back to you here in a bit.
Awesome. Thank you, Dustin.
I'm gonna have a few people here soon start jumping in here to like educate us on some stuff. It's good to build connections like your boy Matt, right? When you build a lot of good connections, you have good people to come in and work with you because they care for you.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of people like in obviously sub 2, Jeremy Davis, everybody. But I'm in boardroom too, so I mean I got a whole lot of people over there that I can bring over. So
boardroom? Is that what you call it?
What?
What did you call the other thing? Boardroom?
Yeah, it's Kent's mastermind, Kent Clothier.
Who the hell? What's his name? Kent what?
Kent Clothier.
Never heard of him. Who's he?
Oh, he's a massive wholesaler guy, but he's partners with Cody Sperber, Cole Hatter, Dan Fleischman, everybody. He's got an event out in Florida. I got to fly out to after our mastermind with A-Rod and everybody. He's big.
That damn guy's dope, bro. That's like the most connected guy in the world.
Oh, geez, yeah. I was talking to him in San Diego. That guy's just like so humble. Like,
oh, it's so crazy. You wouldn't know. Like,
Wiz,
you wouldn't expect that fool to be that baller.
Dan Fleischman.
Yeah.
With his wife. He's the epitome of like, you gotta have money.
Yeah, he's made a lot of people a lot of money.
Oh yeah.
Great guy. He does a lot of Bitcoin, right?
Is that the crypto guy? He's like
that's
into.
Chase Hero, isn't it? No, he's not the big. He owns like cards and coffee or something. It's that playing card store that he just randomly started up during the pandemic and turned it into like a big multi-million-dollar business as well as all of his other crazy businesses.
Yeah. What a G, man. Nice. I got to negotiate a deal with Vina Jetty on Friday.
Yeah, you never let me know how that went.
Yeah. So Vina Jetty is this female who came out at the Clever Summit and spoke about multifamily. I think she had like $800 million worth of assets under management at the moment. And Josh came in contact with her, and she had this home that she wanted to sell. Well, I believe it was her husband's mother's and her parents. And so I get on a phone call with her and I just introduce myself and I start working it. In my head, I'm like, if the deal doesn't make sense, obviously still don't move forward with it just because, you know, she has influence and you'd probably love to work a deal with her. She's also the one who I believe showed me, is she the one? I think, is Vina the one who's talked about the double-digit returns?
Yeah, she's the one who did that statement.
Yeah. I let her know that, hey, the double-digit return, that's you, huh? You're the one who put that out there. She said, yeah. So I remember. I told her, yeah, I use that a lot. It's a lot of my conversations, and it works now that I'm performing and buying. A lot of people actually open the bank accounts. And she said, yeah, it really does work. And we started talking about this home. She had it listed in a market in Pennsylvania. Didn't have any solid comps in the last year and a half. She was asking about market price. The home looked very, very maintained condition. It's just very dated. Like you can tell all the materials like original, but it wasn't messed up or nothing. Whoever lived there took care of it very well. But it's a large home, 3,000 square feet. Needed a lot of cosmetic work, even if it's not like the highest finishes. Still gonna need the whole house to be at least cleaned up. And so we start working. I start asking her about terms because cash doesn't make sense. There's no way I'm gonna make money in that market if you're already asking this price and need full renovation. She said, I'm open to terms. And she's like, the longer the term, the better the interest rate. We start chopping it up. And I told her, hey, look, for this to make sense for me, I just need the right term, meaning I need the right length. Since you're asking me for so much money down, so much money up front, and needs renovation, doesn't make it impossible. You just need to give me the right length. She said that she had spoken with Pace about it. He said the same thing. It's just that he got too busy and couldn't analyze it anymore. And so I said, sure. But it sounds like there's not going to be crazy amount of money in this. So it might not work. I already did my Airbnb numbers. It's not going to work. I can't wrap the deal because you're charging me too much on the purchase price. So this won't work for me. Maybe long-term rental. So we start talking. I get off the phone, get on a phone call with my mentor. And then I tell him the same thing. I tell him, hey, I only see this as like a long-term rental and I believe like a lease to own or a lease option. He agrees with me on that. Or I forget what I think of two ways and he brings up the lease option way as well as one way. Anyways, I just told him it doesn't seem like it's going to be a crazy cash flow, but let's see if we can make this make sense so we can buy it and, you know, have communication with her so we can slowly get into her business. So come to agreements. I'm like, all right, well, I'm just going to be bold and be me and fucking just exactly be me. I might give her the asking price, but I'm going to go for 0% low payments. So I went in, gave her a third phone call that day, Friday, and I just let her know that where I needed to be. I said that I can pay your asking price. I just need this to be like at 0%. And I can do like $1,200 a month. Rental rates like $1,600, $1,700. And she said, oh, I offered like 10 grand down. She's like, yeah, 10 grand down is not even gonna get me entertained. I need some more money down. I said, okay. And she's like, and that 0% doesn't make sense. Like, what else can you offer me? I said, man, I'm gonna let you know I'm gonna be under 4. I'd like to be under 4%. Otherwise, it's not gonna make sense for me. She's like, yeah, well, I'd like to be under 4% on my deals as well. I'm like, well, obviously, you know why, but I told her I'm not gonna pay more than that. And then so I just told her, you know, I think this is where it's headed, where I'm not gonna be your buyer. So most likely, I'm just gonna do it now. I'm not gonna buy this cash. I won't be able to. And on your term basis, I won't be able to. And so I end up asking her, but if I were to be a buyer, what money down do you need? well, I need 10% doesn't have me thinking about it. So that's like 35 grand. Purchase price was 350. So 15% makes me look at it. I'm like, oh yeah, you want 50 grand down plus I need like 70 grand in work. And I'm like, oh yeah, it's definitely not a deal for me. And I said, let me ask you, what type of interest rate are we looking for? Well, I'm looking for like 8%. I was like, oh, I want like that. I was like, oh no, you know what? I don't even think any investor would buy this from you. And I just told her, I don't think that you're asking the wrong amounts for things. I just think that you're talking to the wrong person. I'm obviously not that person. I think that you should wrap the deal. And she said, what's a wrap? So like basically, how does it work? And so I broke it down to her and I told her, look, you're asking for like market price, you're asking for market interest, you're cool on the payment, allow me to cash flow, but you're really like charging me an arm and a leg everywhere, knowing I have to renovate the place. You want so much money down. None of that's going to work with me. There's so many reasons why. And I explained how I could perform in the next few years, even if she gave me 7-10 years on it. And she ended up saying, well, I don't want to wrap it because I don't want to own it and have to deal with it. I explained it right there and then I said, no. So when you do a wrap, you no longer own it. You're not liable to it. I broke down everything why I like wraps. That your gross is your net. You don't have to take care of the home anymore. So, and if somebody defaults, it's all yours. You keep all the money. Someone's going to give you the money down when they move in. They most likely will buy it in the as-is condition. You can charge them that 8 or 9% interest rate. You can charge them market price. That's the person you need to go for. And so basically kind of educated her. She didn't know really what it was. So I broke it down to her, like how I break it down to you guys. And she liked it and said, I just told her, look, go try to sell it cash. And when you can't, go and market this with a realtor for sale by owner, put this on Facebook Market and Craigslist and get it gone that way. That's the way to do it. And that was it. So I left off with me educating her on that. And that's how we hung up the phone, but it was cool. It's good stuff. The cool thing is though, I got to school her though. So that's what's up.
Yeah, that's tight.
Yeah, she didn't know the creative finance space really too much. She's like, I don't really care about that shit. That's how she said it. I don't really care about that shit. I do multifamily.
Hey, whatever you did worked because she's been commenting on my shit on social networking and shit too. So
you're a beast, Josh. Yeah, she's cool, man.
Yeah, I'm no doctor though, so I can't be her husband.
Yeah, her father-in-law is a doctor. Her husband's a doctor. Yeah. She's cool, man. I really wanted to get in her space anyway, so I'm glad that I got her number now. We get to that. I got to talk to her. And I remember when she came off the stage, I had hit her up on Instagram saying I'd love to work with you one day, and she responded right away. That was the last contact I had with her. Was the first day I seen her on stage. But this was cool. I also left her a text message, basically re-breaking down what a wrap was. So she could look at it and be like, oh yeah, this guy. This is who the guy is. Cool.
Yeah, smart.
So then maybe if she needs some shit, she can call me. Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah. Who else is in here? What's up, Trevor, Stephanie? How you guys doing? Or is it my boy Deshaun?
We're actually in different places right now. She's actually with my daughter and I'm somewhere else. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I didn't know if you can hear me. But yeah, she's with my daughter and I'm actually just got back on this side of town. So we're split spots right now. What's going on, bro?
Not much, man. I just got you on here now and just touching base with you. How's everything? How long have you been on here for?
I've been on here now. I think I jumped on about 6. I had finished a call with a couple of VAs and then I jumped on right after that.
Okay, so you got to hear some calls today already. Kind of heard me go through it with some crappy sellers or whatever sellers.
Yeah, I caught that last one with the guy, and he wasn't budging. He pretty much went ahead and disqualified him, got him out your way.
Okay, yeah. Because the last guy I called it Andrew, and then I called it Jim or something. Both those guys I had to disqualify. Nothing too crazy. I haven't had a great call just yet. Had a lot of calls though, but just nothing like too juicy. Tomorrow we're gonna have some appointments that are actually juicy. I know that I have one more person that I might lock up a deal with. I'll call her today. Her name's Penny. So let's see on that one.
Hey, I gotta head out.
You out, Josh?
Yep. I'll see you guys. Have a good night.
Later, Josh.
Love you all.
Take care, man.
Love. Take it easy. All right. And then let's see.
You heard back from Cindy?
No, Nathan, I called Nathan. You must have like been on the phone or something. I called Nathan on this, and he just told me that he had spoke to Cindy and that they would be free tomorrow at 3 p.m.
Oh, okay.
That she's off early, so I just said, all right, cool, no worries. I'm not gonna rush it.
Sweet.
They're most likely. It sounds like they're really like they'd be willing to work with us for the tax purposes and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that seems to be a deal right there. As long as I can cash flow. But I mean, I don't mind paying him, if I need to pay closer to his asking price, as long as he's not charging me arm and leg down. Probably won't get any. I'll probably do it at 0% because I won't bring up any interest, but he probably won't bring it up.
Probably not.
Yeah. But that's good. We'll work that one tomorrow at 3. So what's that? 1 o'clock my time?
Oh, 3 o'clock mine. That's 2 o'clock yours. It's
2
only an
o'clock. Oh, that's right. Mountain. That's right. Wait. Yeah, it's mountain, right? Not central is 2 hours. Okay, cool. 2 hours ahead. What's up, Yosel? How you doing, brother? You're on mute, so I can't hear you.
What's good, my brother? How you feeling, man?
I'm fantastic, brother. How about yourself?
I'm all right, man. I probably just caught a little bit late, but I'm coming in,
All good. These are recorded. We throw them on YouTube. We'll throw them on YouTube tonight or tomorrow. But we record Monday through Friday now, so you'll find that on my YouTube channel.
All right. Cool.
What's up though? Is there what kind of like questions do you have? Anything that I can help you out with directly, indirectly in your business? What is it that I can do that brings value to you?
I'm having trouble, man, like figure out what's a good deal, what's not a good deal. Or I guess crunching numbers. I suck at that.
So like as far as like a cash offer type of thing or creative finance type of thing?
Just having the knowledge, like to even know like if it's a good
See if
deal.
you got a deal, right? Okay. So like when you run numbers, let's say in a perfect world or some type of scenario, when you run your numbers, let's say you get this house, you speak to the seller, they're open to selling. How are you getting the comps on it?
Through Privy now.
Okay. Is Privy the only way that you get comps, or do you use other sites besides Privy?
Before, when I was starting to learn, I'll be still using Zillow and stuff.
Okay. I love Zillow, bro. I pay for accounts too, but I love Zillow. Zillow is one that I use a lot. Abraham Gray showed me how to use that, and Eddie Charger, they showed me how to use Zillow pretty well. And so I love using Zillow. I use Bash, Redfin, Realtor.com. I use about 3 resources, 3 websites that I can comp the same property on. So not all of them have like direct MLS access, though I hear Privy has some really good access. I don't have Privy just yet. One way I do it to get the best comps, the way that Abraham Gray and Eddie Charger taught me was like on Zillow. When you go to the filters, you want to comp it from 250 square feet more and or less. So if your subject property is 1,100 square feet, you want to click on like the 750 a square foot to like the 1,250 or 1,500 square foot mark in between there. And then you want to comp within like 10 years before or after the year built to get the best comps in the area. And what I'll do is I'll zoom out that map a little bit so I can see all the homes. But the way it works for like if you're going to wholesale a deal in a market, let's say you're in a new market or you don't have any end buyers, first thing is always to try to find end buyers because they're the ones that pay us, not the sellers. You can call a seller and lock up a deal, and it's great to have a deal locked up, but they don't pay us. It's when we market it to a cash buyer that person's going to pay us. And so when you talk to your cash buyer, you let them know this is what you're doing. I'm in the market now doing acquisitions. Wanted to see if I can put you on my MVP list. Are you currently buying? You find out their criteria. Oh, I like buying 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom minimums. So knowing that you know somebody that wants to buy that minimum or 1,200 square feet minimum, the year built is 1940 plus. You find out that right now during this recession that they're no longer paying 80 to 90 cents of ARV, but I mean 80 to 90% of the ARV, meaning just like 80 or 90% of the price that it could be sold after they renovate it. And so you find out right now that, hey, most of your buyers are buying at 70 to 75% of the ARV, the after repair value. Well, in a scenario, let's say you find out this home that you're looking at while you're talking to the seller, they're open to selling. You're trying to comp as you're speaking to them. That's why you want to ask those questions. Hey, why are you looking to sell? What's got you interested? They bring up some stuff, just bounce off of that so you can comp your properties. You find out that the average home around that type of build out is selling for around 330,000. Well, you obviously know that's what you can sell it for after it's renovated. So you obviously need it discounted, meaning you need a profit discount for the end buyer. Then you need to discount the like estimated renovation costs. You don't have to have exact numbers, just kind of guesstimate, good estimate on it. And then your little fee in there, your little assignment fee. So in a scenario, you find out all the homes in the area are selling for around 330. You remember that one buyer is like, hey, I'll pay 75% of that. So you put it on your calculator, $330,000. That's what you think this house is really going to be worth for someone to sell. All the homes in the neighborhood and in that area, they're all selling after being renovated for around that price. And I think this house that we're working on can be one of those houses that sells for 330. You think, oh, one of my buyers is paying up to 75%. You put in 330,000. And you can just times the 75% on that, and you come out to 247,500. So now that difference from 247 to 330 is actually their conservability profit in there. It's their profit plus if they're paying hard money lenders in the months that they need to renovate it, all that is going to be included for their profit and their lenders right there. So then now you have to subtract the renovation costs. Maybe you find out it was like 5 years old, the house doesn't need a lot of work, maybe some paint, maybe some countertops. You find out this shit's going to cost you 20 grand, right? Nothing too crazy. So then you deduct 20,000 from the 247,500, which was 75% of 330. So you deduct the 20 grand and now you're at 227,500. That's actually where your buyer will buy the property at, because they said, I'm going to buy it at 75% of after repair value minus the repairs. So you first get it down to 247,500, then okay, means 20 grand in repairs, boom. So now you're at 227,500. That's exactly where your end buyer is going to buy this property at. That's where they need to be all in on that property. So your goal is just to lock it up under the 227,500. You should be working with you. So your partners, your end buyers are the ones that give you their numbers, and you work your numbers off of their numbers because they're the ones buying it. So if I'm like, you bring me a deal, most wholesalers don't do it. Most subdivisions don't do it. They just blast everybody in and out of the buy criteria. A lot of people don't have strict buy criteria. That's one reason why. But in a scenario, you send me a deal, I tell you, hey, you'll see, I'm down to buy any property in and around these areas that we're working at 75% of ARV minus the repairs. Well, you know, when you just ran your numbers, and let's say you offered at $200,000 and comes back at, hey, the sale, I can't do 200, but I can do 210 when you do that. And you say, yeah, you lock it up. You remember that your end buyer was willing to pay 227,500 for the home. And so now you can charge the difference, the 17,500 on that as a wholesale fee. Does that kind of make sense on numbers? And tomorrow I can show you how to do it on like Zillow and stuff on a Zoom. But did that kind of give you a little bit of help on it?
Gave me an idea of
that's fine.
Of
You know what?
achievement.
It takes time for some at first just to understand a little bit of the numbers, and then after that it's easy. Just remember that your end buyer is going to be the one that pays you. So you should find end buyers in and around your area, and I can show you how to find them and start asking them what they're buying and what they're paying on the property, what they're paying up to.
So let me ask you, don't mean to cut you off. So what would be that type of question that I should be asking the end by? Like, what's their buy criteria, I guess?
Mhm. So I asked them, what's their buy box? I asked them, hey, what's your buy criteria? What's your buy box? And I follow up and ask them, what are your preferred markets where you really want to buy? And then on top of all of that, I just asked them, what do you typically pay up to on your properties, ARV minus repair type of thing? And they'll typically tell me, oh, like I pay up to 75% minus repairs. Some people are going to tell you 60%. Your goal is to find the boldest people, the boldest buyers, the ones that pay the most. So then you know that when you have a deal, first off, they can pay the most for it. Or second, if you have a deal that doesn't fit everybody else's buy criteria, they're all at 60 or 70, but you have this one up at 73%, you know your boy will pay up to 75, so you can sell it to him. So it's always good to have good amount of cash buyers and know their buy criteria, because those are the ones that are actually going to pay you. And so I think a lot of wholesalers forget that. They just forget to, hey, I just lock up deals, which is great. There's acquisitions. But if you're not in a hot market where you can find a buyer right away, you have to then JV with somebody. But what still happens is that doesn't give you clarity on where your numbers are going to make sense at, because you need to know the buyer's buy criteria for you to be like, oh, this is a deal. What if a buyer said, hey, I'm also buying turnkey properties? Like if the property doesn't need any renovations and it's pretty much upgraded, I'll pay the market price for it. And then now you're like, oh, fuck. Well, I could basically lock this house up for almost 330 grand. I could lock it up for like 320. He said he'll pay 330 for it. And now you can lock up a deal that wouldn't have been a deal for the guy who's paying 75% on it. And that's why you want to talk to buyers, because they're the ones telling you, hey man, this is what I buy my houses at, up to here. And if you have properties that are turnkey, I'll buy them too, ready to go. If you can give me just a little bit under market, if it's worth 330 and they say I'll pay 300 or 310 on it, something where I get 10, 20, $30,000 discount, depending on your buyer, you might have deals that you can't see with most buyers, just because one guy's, I buy all cash, I buy turnkey properties, I'm a bold guy. There are people who are connected with hedge funds that fucking pay market price on deals, you know? So that's why you want to reach out to buyers, because they're the ones that are telling you what you should lock up your deal for and what you should pay them for, or what they're willing to pay you for.
Okay. That last question that you said I should ask, that what do you typically buy at? That was the question.
So what are I asked them what's the buy criteria, and then what are their preferred markets, and then I asked them what are they typically paying up to on the percent of the ARV minus repairs. Like, hey, how much are you typically paying up to on these properties? I even ask questions like this, like, would you purchase properties that are on market if the numbers made sense? And the reason I ask that is because a lot of people are, oh, I don't buy on market. Is it because everybody's looking at numbers? Yeah, got you. Now, if I were to make it make sense though, me negotiate it, lock it up with the realtor at a much lower price that I already know fits your criteria, would that work for you? And it's usually, oh yeah, if it fits my criteria. Yeah, because typically they don't fucking fit anybody's criteria when they're on the market. They're like listing it to a fucking homeowner, you know? So they're gonna fit any of our numbers. But that's why you're like, hey, but if I negotiate it down to a number that makes sense for your buy box, would you buy it? Now you can find out you have buyers that'll buy on market properties as well. And some will tell you, yeah, I just don't have time to buy them. I'll even buy the ones on market at the asking price. So you'll find people that are like that. Actually, most investors who are not creative, that's how they buy their properties. They go and pull their credit, put 20% down, and they go buy a house on market and they cash flow $400, $300, $500. That's the majority of investors out there. Then you find out there are ways to buy off-market properties, which are way better, because now you're not paying a higher price, like a premium, you know, things like that on the market. You're getting to negotiate directly, and that's where you win, is when you get to purchase it at the better price, those lower numbers. That's where you win on the purchase price. You get it up front right there, So most buyers are already open to buying on market. A lot of them buy. Just you got to find them. That's all it is.
Appreciate you for that, man. Definitely.
Yeah, or look at Destin put Privy. Privy actually works great for finding end buyers. So you probably already know that since you use Privy. I don't use Privy though, but I heard it's great.
Nah, I started using that during the elephant challenge. I never really used apps.
Bro,
so-
Privy is a game changer, dude. They're crushing the industry as far as comping and actually getting MLS data. Like literally, they are clowning on batch leads and PropStream and everyone else. That's why Pace and Jamil are pushing it so hard right now. And collabing with Benson. Benson's a real ass dude too, the guy that's in charge of Privy, and he actually like takes time helping people on a personal level. I've closed a deal and he's a boss. So I highly recommend Privy, not only because of that, but just because of the fact that they have so much accurate data. They're personally having their in-house people go and connect with MLS providers so that they can get real live MLS data. Nobody else is actually doing that. They're getting third-party old data, so they're going to always be ahead of the game. And they're doing shit to where you can see like fix and flip data. So you can see what it was purchased for like 6 months ago and then what it just sold for. So the before and after price. They're just, it's absolute fire. If you haven't used Privy, you really need to use it.
Bro, I'm like the latest person here. Never even opened.
Not
it
only
up.
that, dude, they're getting deals off of it. Like I haven't even really explored that. I'm part of the whole elephant challenge. I don't have time though. And I have my own leads. So I've really never needed to go on Privy to find deals, but a lot of people are absolutely crushing it. Like thousands of people part of the elephant challenge are sourcing deals off of Privy, which is just mind blowing. And they're crushing it, getting, I don't know, you got to check it out. I'm done.
Yeah. It's a lot of dealing with agents because they're all listed properties, but yeah, there's a lot.
But you could always, you know, get the data and contact sellers directly once it's off market, or who really knows what's going on. Expired listings, there's all sorts of different things to where, you know, and those agents 9 out of 10 times, if you can pitch it right, like Carlos does, and how like Pace and Jamil are teaching people to do, you can get in the door and just write out.
So you'll find out it's a numbers game for realtors as well. There are going to be a couple of type of realtors that I don't even do the agent outreach. I rarely do it, but I can read people and understand it. So you're going to find realtors that are very experienced and they have a whole plate on like a food already. They don't really care to entertain you because they've been doing it for so long. They have referral bases. They make a lot of money doing it. They don't want to go out of their way and work with investors. Second, I notice people don't state that they're investors and that they're going to be submitting a certain amount of offers because they're not cash buyers that are going to stay and live in the home. So my offers won't make sense at your listing price. So people forget to state that. But then I've noticed this. I've noticed that there are some realtors who all they do is, most of them want to get paid like everybody, but you find some realtors who don't know what they're doing. And then you find some realtors that are open to working with you. So I've learned it. I've seen people who are just not interested at all. Some people who are just too busy and they don't care to work with investors. And then I found out that there are people experienced and not experienced who are open to working with investors. And I guess it's kind of your
It's
time.
changing though, bro. A lot of people are opening up to it. It's like the whole industry's changing thanks
Because
to
because of everything that's happening. Now they're watching so many YouTube videos of investors with realtors, and now realtors are
Literally.
getting on. But
All
here's a way to
these
pitch
leaders
it.
are changing the
Here's
industry.
a way to pitch all the realtor shit, right? Here's when you get on a phone call, you got to act like you're active. You got to act like you know what's up and not be scared. Fuck if anybody's a realtor here, that's cool.
Yeah,
But don't let a fucking realtor make you feel belittled. There's no fucking reason. A realtor is a
No,
realtor.
fuck
I'll
no.
let you know that a realtor isn't an investor unless they invest at the same time.
Honestly, most real investors make more than most real realtors. So there's no reason.
Nah, dude, I know fucking hundreds of fucking brand new sub-2 students that make more than realtors.
Literally.
I know some realtors that
There's no
kill it.
reason for their cocky attitude. Not all of them are like that though. I know a bunch of realtors, including my partner Kyle, that are dope as fuck.
Yeah. So let me get to what
ways,
I was trying to say real quick. So when you talk to realtors, man, like one way that I pitch it that comes off great is when I always try to get on the phone call so I can ask them questions. But it's the way that I let them know how I work. It's right off the bat when I say, hey, what's up, Yoseo? It's Carlos, and you say what's up, and I say, hey man, I'm glad that I get a phone call with you. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to take a couple minutes and let you know who I am and what my team does. I'd start off like that and I'll let them know. My team and I are actively doing deals, and I name my other markets, which we're actively doing deals. It's the truth. But even if it's not the truth, you got to act like you're doing these things. My team and I are actively doing deals, and I do acquisitions now in this market that you're in. I'm looking to work with a realtor out here as I work with realtors in other markets. And I look to submit offers as a cash investor on your listings. Here's a benefit when doing that. You get to pick me up as the cash buyer, so you pick up that listing side of the commission. So you double end the deal. Most likely I'm gonna need to fix and flip this home. Most of the time I'm buying cash, I'm gonna fix and flip. So I'm gonna need you to represent me when I fix it and then flip it. So you'll make a third commission on it. I was never aware that I can work with realtors. It happened on accident on a deal that which was really kind of like how I got into it at first before I really dove deep into it. And I said, someone needed help on a listing that fell out, and I was able to come to agreement with them. The only thing in this story, it didn't actually go through, but I just act like it did go through, I said, I was able to buy this home, and from there I was like, oh, this is cake. Now all I want to do is look at your offers. Look at your listings, and I'm going to submit offers. And the way that it works is that I even tell them there's a new strategy that a lot of investors work with agents, and we've learned this. I tell them transparent as fuck, bro, so they know what's up. I'm not looking to be your homestead buyer that's going to buy a house once every 30 years. I'm actually looking to buy 2 to 4 homes with you. But the way that those numbers works is I submit around 20 to 30 offers to get 1 or 2 deals with you. And that's all it really is I'm going to submit some real investor offers, like cash offers on all your listings. But the only difference is, since I'm not living there, I can't pay that full price. I'm going to make money. And most of the time in between there, we're conversating, but most of the time they like that. Hey, I'm already actively doing deals. I'm looking to work with somebody out here that can help me out. And I'm looking to buy about 2 to 4 homes a month with you. The difference is when working with me, since I'm a cash investor, I'm going to be submitting more offers frequently compared to a regular home buyer, but I'm also buying more homes with you. Is that something that you're willing to work with me on? And most of the time, bro, I'm locked in. I don't even do it yet much, but I have like 3 realtors that gave me MLS access and shit like that. So I have, like, in the markets I'm in, I got MLS access already.
That's sweet right there. Very cool.
Pitching dual agencies, got to make sure it's actually legal in the state. But
yeah, so some will tell you to, oh, we can't do that. Or some people are like, I don't like representing them. I've even had someone said, I don't want to represent the buyer for the fact that I think it's unfair, because I know other people that also want me to represent them as the buyer. I'm like, all right, whatever. So it just depends on whatever they want to do. But
some people, you can get on their high horse ethically, think they're like, oh, I can't serve this both people, both sides or whatever. But
yeah, I've met a couple of those cocky people, and like I say, I match everybody. So I match exactly how they are. I've worked a deal with a agent, and I called them up. Some wholesaler had locked up this deal I was trying to rework, and he goes, oh, what do you need me for? He goes, you already have the contract. Oh, because I'm calling you so I can chop it up, talk to you, and ask a couple more questions. Why, if the contract's done? You're a realtor, right? Yeah. Have you had deals fall out of escrow? Yeah. Okay. And then have you had anybody renegotiate the deal? Yeah. Okay. So why aren't you getting what I'm asking you? I shut them up like that. I'm the buyer. I need to renegotiate numbers. Yeah, but you have the contract. I didn't even look at the contract. I just know the purchase price. I don't even like that purchase price. I don't need the contract to agree with you on the purchase price. I need to know if you're going to work with me on the purchase price. And like, he got all like, oh, and I told him, look, I'm not here to even argue with you. I'm just matching your energy. I'm not even interested in your house that much. I look at a lot of houses, like how you probably were about to tell me, oh, I'm not in a rush. How many houses do you have? He was like, I think he said like 3 in this area. Cool. I have way more than 3 homes to look at today. So I'm not in a rush. Neither are you. It sounds like it doesn't matter to me. And I ended up just not coming to agreements with him. He wanted like too much interest, all this stuff. And that was it. But I had first calmed his ass down. I matched his energy, and then he relaxed. And that was it. Just, I really match someone's energy. What's going to happen when you match your energy? They're going to be totally fine with it because that's them as a person, or they're going to hang up the phone. One or the other. That's all that's going to happen. And matching energy is fine with me. When it's aggressive, it's cool. You got to remember that you can you don't have to be a rude, but you can be kind of aggressive back, pretty firm, and state that you are or you're not a buyer. It doesn't matter. It just depends on the numbers work. Don't get too nervous about it.
Yeah, more than half the time, you're gonna know a lot more than they do anyways about investing. They're retail agents. They're not investors. Most of them aren't doing any investments on their own either. So
Yeah, sometimes you'll get them to jump in a lot of shit. And then I'm like, hey, because I'll be like, hey, listen, how many homes do you have? None. Okay, cool. So just sell people's properties because that's what you're good at. Like, in the reality, there's a difference of selling somebody's home and actually being a true investor. I've met a lot of realtors that are true investors, great realtors, and great attitudes. I've also met a lot of great realtors that are also investors that are just shitty. I think they're really just deep down, whoever you are as a person, wherever you make it in life, if it's higher, you'll just be bigger piece of shit or a bigger, better person. So I think it's really about who you are as a person that really when money puts you into a position of confidence, you're going to see if you're that much more of an asshole or that much more of a good person. And so I just really think that it's really who they are as people, not about the money. It's about, they were always a piece of crap like that or cocky even before they had it. And that's a lot with people. A lot of people actually are like that.
yeah.
Actually, I used to be like that.
9 out of 10 times a good buyer's agent is worth like 10, 20 seller's agents. They actually know the investors. They know the process.
Yeah, they're willing to play ball, and you can get some really good agents on your side to play ball with you. If you can excite them and bring some value to them. I have 2 investors that I work with in 2 markets that line up their contracts anytime I want to submit offers. They have them where I can already submit a seller finance, and they already automatically start bringing it up to the sellers that if I can't make sense, hey, I have some buyers that will submit some cash offers and they don't make sense, they follow up with the seller finance that makes more sense, meaning closer to the numbers you're looking for. Yeah, so they kind of prep me up already. It's nice. Does anybody have any questions or anything? Good.
I'm popping off, but Carlos, I'll get to you about Matt. We'll put that together and give me confirmation tonight. We'll plan something.
Cool. And we'll lock up Nathan and Cindy tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Cool. Sounds good. Later. I feel like I need to call somebody still. Let me see.
I got one little question. What's the difference? Like you said earlier, a turnkey. What's that from like a regular?
Turnkey means ready to be moved in. That's all it is. Turnkey, like ready for somebody to turn the key into the home and move in without having to renovate it and stuff. You know, that's all it is. A turnkey property just means it's ready to be moved in, and most of the time it's gonna be like, you know, a lot cleaner and nicer than most homes that haven't been like renovated or somebody's moving out after 10, 15 years and they haven't done shit. Usually the home is like, yeah, it's livable, but it's not like presentable as far as it and looking nice. Turnkeys houses, they look like, okay, it's like some fresh paint. The counters look pretty much new. Floors are pretty much good. And they don't have to be exactly 2022 standards, but they can be 2 or 3 years old, you know, and look nice and stuff still inside. Basically turnkey ready.
So with those situations, do you try to talk them down on that price as you would do a house that?
So when they're turnkey, yeah, it makes no sense for you to, unless they're like open to it. But most of the time, you know, you giving a crazy discount or shooting a low offer is never going to work because they already know the house is pretty much really good condition. And so that's why it's good to know people who buy turnkey properties that buy all cash for long-term. Most cash buyers are going to fix and flip, but there are some that do the fixing. They do the fixing and then they just hold it. So they'll use all their money and hold it, so they don't mind. And there's a lot of people that do that. There are a lot of people that work with hedge funds. A lot of people that have friends that are really, really wealthy and need to park their money, and they don't mind paying market price as long as it cash flows. So they can just hold more property and park more cash that's not getting taxed on and things like that. Turnkey works with hedge funds as well. Your end buyers create a financing. We buy turnkey properties because we can pay those market prices. Like tomorrow, Dustin and I are going to be locking up a property that this guy literally quit his job to finish up renovating his house so he can sell it for top dollar and move on to the next chapter. And I got on the phone with him last Thursday. But I don't think I really gave him a cash offer. He just basically talked about how he wanted to get like market value. And I ended up bringing up like a tax question or something. And he ended up, he wanted to like avoid taxes by like maneuvering some paperwork, basically doing it the wrong way, like trying to be sneaky. And I told him that that's not the best way to do it. Like selling it to me on this way, I could defer your taxes legally. And he became open to that. And so, and his house is almost basically done, turnkey ready. And he would rather sell it to us than the realtor or to a cash buyer. Cause I told him, you can sell it to a cash investor that's willing to pay this full price and rent it out. But other than that, you're looking for like a needle in a haystack. You're looking for one person to go and move into that house right now during the economy shifting downwards. Rental rates are very high. The mortgage rates are very high. And so it's more difficult for one person to go in there and buy your house in a short period of time over me as an investor that's willing to pay you the market price. You just have to make sure that I cash flow. Became open to it, and we have a follow-up at 3:00 tomorrow. But there's a lot of them like that, when they're turnkey ready to go and they're willing to sell or finance it. No distress either, nothing like bad on the house. It just depends on now if you learn cash and can you learn creative, that'll help you out get more deals too, which I know that you are going to learn them.
What's the motive, man?
Yeah. Let's see. Anybody have any leads to call?
I got one. I've been trying to chase this guy down on True People Find. I don't know if I got the right number, but I found this one property on Privy that is on foreclosure on Princeton, New Jersey. And it says that the owner's name, and I've been trying to find, like, is it actually him on True People Find? Like,
okay.
We could try to do that.
That's what's the number and address? You called him. Did he answer and what did he say?
No. That's what I said. Like, I haven't got in contact with the brother. I found the property on Privy, and I've been trying to contact him, but it's just like a whole bunch of numbers.
Got you. So I guess you can try to call the True People Find number and just see if it's him, That's your best bet. Like I don't mind working your deals. It's just if you can just kind of do me a favor and just find out that that's them.
Okay.
Like if they're open to it. That's one thing too. Like if you need to get a little bit better on the phones, we'll do role plays too. Well, we teach you how to get better on the acquisition side, how to close, and how to maneuver through the phone calls, and how to ask all the questions pertinent to what you're dealing with on situations. So that's one thing. It's really about just getting in there, building a little bit of confidence. You know how I cold call or call anybody? I automatically state the name that I think the person is. Hey, what's up, Yosel? This is Carlos. I don't even say, hey, this is Yosel or yada yada. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, Yosel? This is Carlos. How you doing, man? How's your day? Boom, roll into that. Cool. Hey, I'm looking at your house. 1, 2, 3. I'm already stating it. You'll never really catch me too much. Say, hey, is this? I do it once in a while, but you'll always automatically assume that that's them already. And most of the time I've been right on the spot. If not, oh no, you have the wrong number. Cool. All right, I got the wrong number. Are you looking to sell your house? No. All right, you have a good one.
Even if it's not
yeah.
That's what we do. Fuck it. Let's do it. All right. Let's get it.
Yeah, bro. Let me see what other. I'm gonna call some more people. Let's see. Bobby Williams. That's that. Okay, Bobby Williams, 1600 Edgar Lee Ave. What's up, Renee? What's up with this guy? Do you have a little story you can tell me a little bit about him? Catch me up to speed.
So yeah, so this guy is the guy that I was talking about earlier, at Albany. It's a 3-2. I talked to him a few days ago. He wouldn't give me an offer. He wanted me to make an offer first. And honestly, I really didn't know what to offer. I didn't know what to offer.
Most times, when you jump on a phone call, your whole goal is to find motivation. And the majority, like 99% of the time, when somebody says, what's your offer? What's your cash offer? They're most likely not distressed or motivated to sell. Therefore, it's not really a deal that we found right away. It's more of a deal that we're going to have to either create, which that's not what we do. We really just look for people who are willing to sell. So this could be just the fact that he's just not willing to work with us. You know how I weave those people out is I ask them, okay, got you. Well, I just have some questions about the condition, but before I do that, my business model is I purchase properties at a little bit under market value, meaning a discount, so I can put money into it so that I can flip it for a profit. If you were to sell this, would you sell it with the realtor so you can sell it for the maximum, or would you be willing to sell it to me on the discount that I'm looking for? And you find out right there and then, oh no, I would just list this. Cool, you move on. Because what will happen is this. In your head, you think you have a lead, but you don't. And then you're gonna, if you follow up with them and they entertain you, but you feel like you don't get far on it, but they're still answering your calls, you feel like you really got something. But the thing is, the entire time you never really qualified them or asked them if they would rather list it. The whole goal is to get a lot of no's out of them or yeses. Like, hey, would you rather list this? No. Or if they say yes, then you end your discussion. And the only way it really works is if they're open to selling it on payments after that part, because I can still pay like their asking price. But the thing is, it comes down to, do they want cash or do they want to sell and create a finance? And so could be the fact that your guy just isn't actually motivated.
Okay.
We can find that.
I seen on a MLS. I think that he tried to sell it before, and it was like for like 65K, and it was there for a long time. It was on the market for a while, and then I guess it was unlisted. So I don't know.
Does he have an asking price for it?
No, he wanted me to make the offer first, and I didn't. We had set up an appointment for me to come look at it Saturday, but then I got to thinking. I'm like, it's 3.5 hours away from me, and I don't want to do that without him saying, what it is. And he did some research to it.
Yeah. So one thing is, you obviously can get on social media and you can put in the market on Facebook and you can try to find boots on the ground. Try to find somebody that you're willing to pay. If you close a deal with them or whatever, JV with them, pay them a boots on the ground fee. That's one way you can find it. Another way is you can call an inspector to go do an inspection on the home or whatever and pay $200-300 out of your pocket and get a full inspection on it. You can even ask them to take photos for you for extra. Or you can go get a MAD report. I think call like MAD report or something on it, where it's like a professional camera crew will come in, or a professional camera guy comes in and takes like a virtual 3D fucking video of the house, so you get to look at it. Those are ways to overcome that. But another thing is just to find out if that question, right? Would you rather list this thing or sell it to someone like me?
Right. I had set up to where an agent that I work with, like in my daytime job, I work with, and she's from Albany, and actually her brother was going to go and take a look at the house for me, because I just started brainstorming, like, before I get in this car, worst come to worst, what can I do? So yeah, I did have that in place, but when I called, he just didn't answer.
So
Gotcha. Let me call and see what's up. I'll call this guy and just see what's up, but we'll find out real quick. What's his name? Bobby?
Bobby.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Bobby.
Is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
What's up, Bobby? This is Carlos. You spoke with my partner, Renee, about your property that you have off of Edgar Lee Ave. When you have a chance, call me back, 760-902-7843. Thank you. That'll be a follow-up for later.
Yeah. So 9 out of 10, he'll probably, I don't know, he'll probably call back. Hopefully he does. Hopefully.
Remember the name of the game? What is it?
I'm about to move on and dump more leads into pipeline and start over tomorrow.
Cool, yeah, no worries. Just remember the whole goal is get the motivation. If there's no motivation, move on. That's the name of this game. The numbers game. And so your whole goal should be trying to find out if they're actually motivated, meaning what is the reason to sell? If that's the reason. If they're just telling you, oh, I just want to take advantage of the market, or what's your offer, you don't really have a deal there. That's what you should start thinking in your head. But be okay with that and then move on.
Okay.
Yeah, that
Okay.
literally.
Yeah, when you told me like use the 4 pillars, it dawned on me like ASAP, like, yeah, you know what? You're right.
Write
Like,
it down
and just
somewhere. You should have like maybe a little sticky note on your laptop or on your computer. Right next to it that says motivation, timeline, condition, and price. So then you remember when you're on phones. I write it all down every time I'm on a caller, every single time I'm on the call with a seller, unless I'm driving or something, I already know the details. I'm writing it down so I can use that shit against them, writing every single thing down and not like literally word for word, just like the main parts. Hey, what's got you selling? Mother passed away, inherited, whatever the thing is, moving job, whatever it is, so you can go back and say, hey, so what I'm understanding is you want to sell is because you need to move and you already found the location, but you haven't been able to move because you haven't sold this house, right? You repeat the story to them. There's a lot of ways to, but yeah, writing it down is going to help you out, improve on it, and getting on phone calls with more sellers is what's going to really help, as long as you have real sellers, not people who are just denying you. They want to entertain offers.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Oh, no problem.
All right.
Let me see. I'm gonna call some people up real quick.
The person at extension 1001 is not available. Record your message at the tone. Press any key or stop talking to end the recording.
Hey, what's up, Drew? This is Carlos with Love Coast Buyers. I spoke to you last week and just wanted to touch base with you this week. When you have a chance, call me back. My number is 925-966-1271. Thank you. Cool, guys. Let's run this shit tomorrow. Let's do it again. Peace out, everybody.
All right, everyone.
All right, thank you. Good night.
Thank you for the meeting, man.
Thank you guys for your time. Appreciate it.